Buffalo, New York. I mean, come on.
Get it out. Get it out.
I mean, we have people who jump through. Yeah, I'm from Buffalo.
So do you know Ed in person? Where is Ed tonight?
I don't know Ed personally. I've seen him in the on the streams before.
Ed, I don't know what happened to him. He did join the collaboration at 10:24 this evening, so clearly he's up. He must be doing something tonight.
What is your Dave
Or he
Dimension?
could be.
Dave Dimension. What is your channel name?
Dave's Dimension.
Dave's Dimension.
DAVES Dimension.
If you do me a favor, Eldor brother, can you grab Dave's link and drop that in the chat for us?
Oh no.
I mean, I wasn't necessarily asking for a handout or anything. I just wanted to weigh in that, for some people.
I have subscribed to some shit channels just to help people out.
I'm a shit channel.
Your content I might actually enjoy. So, yeah, this isn't a handout. I would not ask.
No.
I would just.
No, there's.
Because, I was just saying that.
Open figures. And like I was not paying attention.
I mean, I've heard people say, oh, like the so-called experts say, oh, well, if you have an interest in this, you should have a separate channel for this, this, and this, and this. I think that's BS. I mean, I think if it's your channel, it should be a reflection of you. I have interests when it comes to computers, technology, action figures, props, movies. Like, I'm all over the place, so my channel is a reflection of that. But a lot of times, the algorithm just doesn't know what to do with me.
So this is what they're trying to tell you, is that if you're doing this for fun, you're saying, hey, I just like doing a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Put whatever the fuck you want on it. But if you want to grow, monetize, make money off it, it would be stupid for me to do all this toy review, put my skateboarding stuff on there, put my personal stuff, because that screws everything up. So if you're not worried about getting monetized, if that's not, that's not your deal, then you're saying I'm going to do whatever I like. And that all works until you're saying, hey, and I'm not saying you are, but
no,
if you're like, I can't get to that point because, people aren't watching it. And that's because you put out tech stuff, you get tech people, and then all of a sudden you put out a Spider-Man review or you're talking about Marvel Legends or whatever. These tech people get noticed and they're like, I don't care about this. They don't watch it.
Yeah.
Eventually you do a few of those. What happens is they haven't watched that channel. Now those people that were coming to watch your tech stuff, YouTube isn't pushing it out to them.
Yeah. I get that completely.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as monetization goes, it would be nice if it happened, but it doesn't have to happen. I've been doing this for 4 years now. And I started like a lot of other people did during the pandemic. Right before the pandemic, I started the channel, and it's just been, for me, it's it can get, and we all try to say, oh well, I'm not going to focus on the numbers. The numbers will always come back.
Oh, that's horseshit. That's horseshit. You and I just talked about this the other day.
Yes.
13. I'm 13. 13, yes. And I can't fucking get.
He's 13 years old.
I wish. 46, and I'm happy about it. But 13 subs.
He's got progeria. He looks a lot older than what he is.
He just turned 21 this past week, folks.
Exactly. Thank you, Oz. My wife laughed when I told her what you said.
21. How many times?
25. But I can't fucking beat that. And it's like I've tried everything, networking to friends, trying to put out the content, and it's just not there. Larry, I'm gonna shoot 100% straight with you, bro. I've been close to wanting to just fucking message you and be like, what am I doing wrong? Like having a person unbiased view that's like, hey, I want to see your shit and see where I went wrong, because Dave's my best friend. He's my brother and he loves me. I know he's gonna tell me something that's he'll push it, but he won't give me what I need. And I know Cobb's the same way. Oz is the same way. I need someone. Hey,
I told you, you gotta buy me dinner first before you do what you need.
I know.
Do you do any shorts at all, Dre?
No, I don't. I'm not. See, that's the thing. I don't do the shorts. I don't do things like that. Like that's not my thing. Like I don't toy hunt, because I'm not gonna lie, I fucking hate that shit. It doesn't appeal to me.
I just know shorts are a way to bring people to your channel. To find you. Just with subs, because I got tons of subs just from shorts that I do.
So Well, go ahead, Larry, because you've got some good insight on this. And as being a monetized channel, I'll let you take the floor.
So when it comes to shorts, if you're putting out shorts that have to do with your channel, then it's great. If you're putting shorts out of your dog to get people, oh my God, I love this dog, it's fucking cute as shit, they're never going to come and watch your stuff because they don't care. You're not a dog channel. So I would say, do shorts of stuff that, clip your videos. I don't do it, but shorts to me are a pain in the ass. When I create my review videos, I create a specific 1 minute short at the end so I can put them out a couple of days later. They might hit 1,000 if I'm lucky.
That's one thing that I've struggled with that I need to do more of. I know that, so Radnom helped me out do that whole short and kind of repost or remix the short kind of thing, where I did a reaction to one of his live streams. That first one worked amazing, and I can't seem to replicate because the audio now keeps getting messed up when I try to do the remixes, which is why I have not done more. For some reason, I can't get it to the point where it's like just music in the background with me talking about the short that's on display. It worked for that first one. I can't get it to work again. Then the next, it was 2 weeks later, I did do another short that was just a comical kind of like advertisement where it was this last week on Clubhouse. And it was the one where, we asked Ken what his grail piece was. And he said a voodoo doll of Lawrence. Oh, yeah. Which, mind you, was pretty funny if you watch the streams regularly. So that, it's a good catering to my usual audience. Now, if you look at those two shorts, they've got very, very different reactions, basically, right? The one I did of Radnom with the remix got over 1,000 views. That is actually my most viewed content, is that short. The one I did for last week on Clubhouse, it did not get as many. But then again, also, like when I did the hashtags and stuff, that was a little bit harder to hashtag because, again, all the hashtags cater towards what's going on with Clubhouse versus the other one where I could like hashtag stuff like DIY, things like that. And these other hashtags that are going to hit much larger audience. Captain Spaulding was mentioning.
Hadn't done shorts much before that. Like it being your first short that you put out. I don't know. Is that your first short ever, or
the one for Radnom was, and that got over 1,000.
YouTube probably was like, "Oh, here's the first short by him. Let's really push this out and see what we get out of it." That's another thing too with like the shorts is you really don't want to start getting away from me either. Like if you start doing a lot of shorts, because if you get, say, you have like 200 people have subbed to you because they like your shorts, then when YouTube's pushing out your longer videos, those 200 people, if they only want to watch shorts, those 200 people aren't going to watch your longer one. So then YouTube sees your subscribers aren't watching your longer videos. They're not going to keep pushing out to people outside your subscribers. So those are numbers I kind of watch to see. You can see what percentage of people actually watch your long form, your shorts, and then who watches both of them. My both number is pretty good. So
I almost feel slightly targeted by Ken's comment here. He goes, you want to establish a core audience around a specific niche first, then work on stuff adjacent to that niche to expand. Example, start largely Motu-centric, but Mythic Legions is adjacent, which is actually kind of the roadmap to the Clubhouse. It started off as me mostly talking about Masters of the Universe because like we talked a lot about that on Toy Frenzy. And then our good friend Sean Scavarna helped me get a Headless Horseman figure obscura, which led me down a very, very deep, dark rabbit hole of Mythic Legions. That's not a complaint at all, by the way, because that's an amazing, amazing thing that I've gone down.
Yeah, my channel's drifting off in that direction too.
It made sense as well. And now, mind you, I did get a big jump from like my core audience where it took me from, was it September to basically New Year's, I got 100 subscribers. Then after I started focusing a little bit more on Mythic Legions, I got from 100 subscribers to 300 subscribers within 6 months. And then it kind of plateaued and slowly built up to over 300. Now I'm like at 38. Actually, my newest subscriber, which just happened earlier today, which was absolutely amazing, Toy Polloy subscribed to the channel today. Dude, that was huge to me. Toy Polloy.
All right. So, wait, I want to ask you, Cobb, how many subscribers do you have?
1233.
Okay. So, Ken, you're in the chat. Do you still get emails when you get subscribers? Because I stopped getting emails about it a long time ago.
I only found out about my latest subscriber today because I had logged on to the dashboard for Stream Elements, and since that is tied to my YouTube channel, that told me I had a new subscriber today, and I saw that.
Oh, so you only get emails about your subscribers when it's somebody who has their settings set that you can see who they subscribe to publicly. You will get an alert saying so-and-so subscribed to you in those cases. But everyone else, it does not tell you if they subscribe to you or not.
No, I think they stopped sending you notifications after a while.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe. Because I still get them.
So I used to get it when it was, if someone subscribed during, like, from watching a video, I wouldn't get anything. It was when they would subscribe just by looking at the channel and they wanted to subscribe. So let's say they were watching my Duke review and they hit subscribe. I would not get notified by that. But every time that I got a subscriber that would just hit it because they were at the channel, I'd get notified. But then it stopped well after I got monetized. And I haven't seen an email for quite some time.
Maybe it's because you're buying all your subs now.
Yeah, you jerk. Buying all those A Punk on Film subs.
I should hold on. I should actually go check that.
Yeah, let's hear the 2-week update.
It's the same. Hasn't changed at all.
There you go. Amazing. It got pushed for that week.
Yep. Since that promotion got ended, I'm still at 604 subs on that channel.
So Ken's saying he hasn't gotten emails or notifications on new subs some time ago as well, probably 2022, maybe even 2020, end of 2021. And yeah, because like I know for me,
once you hit a number, then
like a certain amount, it probably doesn't notify you as much. I definitely know, like I see some, and it's funny because depending on some people's settings, you can see when they unsubscribe for your channel. I've gotten 2 notifications when people have unsubscribed for my channel, and I just kind of go, whatever. I don't care. I can lose a subscriber or 2. That doesn't bother me because I'm not, numbers have never been a big goal for me with this. I measure my success by how engaged the community is with the content that I put up. And that's what I care about. When I see the chat is popping, when we've got, 38 people viewing the stream right now, we had up to 50 earlier. That's what I like seeing. I like seeing that engagement. Other than that, I really don't care how many subscribers I get. It's nice to know that I can get there, but, it's a certain pride feeling. But I did want to bring back up this comment from Captain Spaulding because I like shouting out the positivity here. I love Dave's and Dre's channel because they are humble and interact with their members. And yes, when you're a smaller channel or you have a smaller community, it is 1,000 times easier to interact with the community behind you, right? There are channels that get to a certain height where they can't keep up. And when you see a chat going, like, and Punk will tell you too, because I know he's starting to struggle on his Monday streams, especially. When you've got like close to 100 people in a chat, like honestly, when we get up to like 50, it's tough for me to keep up. And mind you, much like Punk, tonight Ed's not here, so I am solo handling the chat. It's tough to keep up with all the comments that are coming in. You can't always interact and engage with them as much as possible. one of the things I kind of like about having the smaller community is that I can engage and I get to know the guys, especially the ones that are here every week. And Dave and Dre, you have both been here each week. If you know, Dave, this is your first time on screen, but Dre, even when you're not on screen, you are engaging with, you know, us through the chat and everything like that. It's easier when you're smaller, and as you grow and you get bigger, it's difficult to keep up with it. It's not always necessarily anybody trying to ignore their community. Of course not. It just gets a little tough to keep up. And Sasquatch, yes, this is all live.
I met Dre first, and then introduced to Dave as well. And it's not even just the interaction with the chat and anything. Dave, I mean, both Dre and Dave, but Dave does a lot of great stuff too, just with his channel. It's not just because I've won a bunch of Mythic Legions from Dave. This is when I'd be on here and saying I'm winning stuff. It's mostly coming from like Dre and Dave's channel. Dave does a lot of great things, like raising money for cancer awareness and stuff, and all kinds of things. And that's a big part of what I'm into. Like cancer like really hits home with me, and so I've always been there to support with Dave too, because I just love that he just does all this other stuff besides just his channel, putting other stuff out there. He's really trying to put a lot of extra stuff out there.
So
Blue's mentioning that he likes sharks. I like one. There's one shark I like out there. I don't like another shark.
I really quickly though want to defend Lawrence about not staying up with chat. Here's the deal: he's so slimy that when he tries to embrace chat, sometimes they just slip away. So please, if you feel like Lawrence is not embracing chat, it's just because he's so slimy and they just go right away. So
he definitely interacts with super chats.
So looking at your YouTube, you haven't put out a video in 5 months.
Yeah, because I was doing lives because work got in the way.
Lives people do not subscribe to lives. And I can't figure out why. There are a few channels that they do, but for the most part, lives do not grow the channel. And I think a lot of it has to do with when you see someone did a live and they go back, like most people won't rewatch a live.
Mm-mm.
I didn't do this on purpose when I started, but as I did it more and more on my lives, I made mine so people can watch it on the replay, and they really, I mean, even though I'm showing off figures, for some odd reason, people want to hear me, whether it's me make fun of myself, read the chat, calling me out, or me going off on. But a lot of people, they won't rewatch the lives. Also, for some odd reason, when people are watching lives, if they're not subscribed, they normally won't. So pre-recorded content is going to increase people subscribing. And it's difficult, especially when you have a family, and you have more important things in YouTube because it's not what your primary income is. But I could say, in all honesty, do two videos a week. Even if it's like old stuff that you're reviewing. Once people start to like you, they will tune in even if something's older.
Well, it's funny. And Dave knows this. I actually lost my old computer before I got my Mac that I'm using now. I had my other computer loaded full of videos that was like literally a whole series I was supposed to finish 5 months ago. That's why the video stopped. That laptop died. Could not get the videos off. Recently, I was able to found some of the videos, so I was re-editing them, and I just have been and Dave knows this. I was like, man, my birthday, it would have just been nice to see that 200 mark. Just see it. I mean, I've been doing YouTube. I've been over 1,000. I've had it before. Older channels, I deleted them. It's been gone. I was just like, my birthday would have been like a nice little cherry on the top of the cake,
Yep.
or the top of the Sunday would have been perfect for me. But when it didn't happen, it just got me thinking. Like, I'm like, what am I not doing? And that's why I wanted somebody. And like I said, I have been sitting on wanting to talk to you because ever since I met you, one of the things everyone told me was like, talk to Larry. He will shoot you straight and get you to where you want to go. And I was like, yo, I'm gonna say I just hearing what you said in just like 5 minutes, I 100% understand and see where you're coming from.
Yep.
And I mean, it's just things that I see, and I think the channel that you're on right now, I've told Oz, do fucking pre-recorded content. That's why you're not growing. Tony's Figs fucking started doing videos 2-3 months ago. He's at almost 850 subs. Now, don't get me wrong. He's been on my channel. He's a regular on A Toy Kind of Mood. I'm sorry about that, Tony, but you are. So people knew who he was. And people were waiting to hear what he had to say once he started doing these videos. And he really should have started doing them a long time ago when I kept hounding on him to fucking do them.
All right, but Larry, I'm going to tell you one thing. Here's the problem. People know me. And here's the problem. Because of a besmirchment several months ago into last year that Cobb, Oz, and Dave know about, it is basically put like the scarlet letter on me. So anything I've done has caused me a lack of growth.
Well, here's what I got to say about that. First off, it's in the past. Yeah. Don't dwell on it. Move past it. You know, fuck that off. Like, you can't dwell on shit that happened, right?
True.
You've got to focus on what you want to do with your future. And I will 100% agree with Larry, and I will agree with Ken. Live, and they have both of them, Allison, Radnom, have all hounded me to do pre-recorded content. It is strictly my own damn fault that I don't do pre-recorded content, that this channel has not grown past where it is. Once I eventually start getting pre-recorded content, I have no doubts that my channel will definitely shoot up. Like Cobb, where did you get your start? Where did you first start doing YouTube? Cobb is a prime example. Cobb, where did you start?
Just coming on YouTube. My first time coming live was on here.
Yep.
And then first one-on-one was with this guy right here.
Brick.
That helped me jump in some subs. Just going live with this guy over here.
Brick something. He was another one. Got his start doing a live stream here. He actually, when I talk about people who built Clubhouse, I did an episode when Brick was about to get monetized called Brick by Brick, because Brick literally helped build the foundation that started Clubhouse. So did Bud, right? Both of these guys did our first kind of group live stream. And then I started having people like Aaron Payne's Toy Samples on kind of regularly. And then Allison and Lawrence start coming on regularly. Cobb was on regularly. And like that built the foundation for what Clubhouse is. And with these people, it has helped my live stream grow. But 100% live streams, they will build a core community because people will know where to see, especially if you do them regularly on the same day. And you will see those same people in your chats. But if you want your channel to really grow, really get subs, right? Cobb, where did most of your subs come from?
Well, majority would be my just regular videos, but like I said earlier, shorts, I did pick up a lot from shorts. I'm surprised. Like some of my shorts, I think my most was like 15 subs from one short. It was just a combination of everything over that first 7 months to hit that 1,000. I just couldn't believe it.
And then we have
my bigger videos were just like my tour collections too, like just going through and showing.
Oh, dude, people love tour collections.
Yeah, that was what jumped. Those were my biggest videos, and I did those real early on, and that got me a bunch of subs, like right at the beginning.
Yeah.
So, like I said, so pre-recorded videos, like all my reviews, shit like that, that is what grows the subscriber count. live streams are what grow your community. Those 100 people that are showing up every fucking Monday for some god awful reason, I don't know why, like hearing what I have to say by myself. Like, I don't know why, and it still shocks me because, now you talked about having issues with fucking people. Let me tell you, the fucking artist Shark has had Ray Paz and Hal Jordan and these other people going around saying unsubscribe to me, Bobby B, Baldy, a toy kind of mood. And I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care who you like. If I don't like you, it doesn't mean that someone that I'm friends with or whatever, like, I'm not going to have a problem with them if they still enjoy your stuff. I don't like the 3POA shit, right? I'm not a fan of theirs. But I don't give a fuck. My moderator fucking constantly sends me shit about fucking 3POA. He enjoys watching it. Good for him. I mean, so you're going to find there's a huge community, even if there's some people that have an issue with something that you did or whatever, other ones aren't going to care.
Mm-hmm.
But, you can't concern yourself with what other people think. I mean,
agreed.
I've lived my life like that. I mean, it sounds funny.
I live my life like that too. Like, I don't give a shit what anybody thinks about what I do. I'm a good father. I'm a good husband. I'm a good brother, a good friend. That to me means I do everything the right way. But for whatever reason, that shit was like always sitting in the back of my mind. And maybe you're right. I'm not going to deny that. But you and Oz, I like Oz. I love how bluntly you put it. I respect you for that, brother. I think it was sitting on me, like weighing on me, and just hearing you guys, just you two, like kind of go in and say that, it actually helps in a very good way. Like, I feel, I won't lie to you, like after you guys, like Larry, what you just said in Oz, like that shit just feels like a weight lifted off my chest.
So
yeah, dude, you just can't worry about that shit.
And you have to think of it like this: YouTube is big enough for all of us, right? I don't like Viper Island. I don't like the artist Shark. Like I said, I can't say the 3POA kind of gets lumped in together. I have no issues, with like Laser Pants. He's actually his fucking thing, right? So, but I don't care for a lot of those people that are associated with them. But it doesn't mean that I have an issue with them being on this fucking platform. I mean, it's big enough for all of us. So again, if people want to watch their stuff, it doesn't change what I'm doing. My job,
right?
Your job, Dave's job. It is not our job when we create content is not to create content to make people dislike other people. Our job is to create content that makes you want to come back to watch us. Like,
perfectly said.
Yojo Jerk and Toy Games, Legend Series, they're on Monday night. They are crossing over into when I go live, right? They're doing better than I am. My job is not to make people dislike them. My job is to give people a reason at 9 o'clock to either tune out to come over to watch me because they like me, or say, hey, you know what? I enjoy these guys, but I like watching Punk, and I will watch it on the replay. That is my sole job. So remember, when you're creating content, it's not to try and go, what can I do to get those people not to watch that person and come over and watch me? It's what can I do to make someone tune in to me? And if you're live at the same time, what can I make someone do to make sure that on the replay, they still want to hear what I have to say? Tuesday nights, both my fucking moderators cross over with each other on two different shows. That's a lot of fucking fun. Thanks a lot, guys. All right.
Like you're just saying, honestly, that's why a lot of times when I do because I started a couple, like, Dre, what would you say, about 2 months ago I started the Tuesdays?
Yeah, that was exactly 2 months ago.
2 months ago I started doing Tuesday night lives because honestly the numbers were getting to me. and I got to the point where I'm like, okay, I kind of cross over in a lot of different groups, like toy reviews, tech communities, and kind of like all over the place. So I was like, well, if I'm not going to get the watch hours, let me try and help other people. So I was doing invites to smaller channels to try and help grow. And, it was, on average, I'd say I was averaging maybe, I don't know, like maybe 70 to 80 viewers. And it seemed to help some of the other smaller channels. And
views or viewers all at once?
Like total views at the end of everything. Okay. And I chose Tuesday nights because in like the community that me and Dre are locally, I say locally even though we're states away. Like our circles, a lot of people are on Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. So Tuesday was an empty day. I hate going against anyone I know. To me, it feels like I'm potentially taking away from my friends, but also I also get the flip side of that. It's gonna happen no matter what.
Okay. 2 things to think about.
Yes.
I've already said YouTube is big enough for all of us.
Yes.
I understand not wanting to go against people that are your friends, but here's what you have to remember. What works for you? If Monday at 9 o'clock works for you and that's when I'm live, that's what works for you. And it's your job, once again, to do your best to have people want to either come in and watch your show. Not to take away that, like, I'm never going to try and take away what Legend Series and Toy Games and Yojo Jerk are doing. I'm not trying to take away from them. But my job is to make people want to watch me at 9 o'clock. And if not, tune in as soon as they're done and say, hey, I'm going to watch the replay. But that's the day that when I decided works best for me. I decided Thursday works best for me for doing my second show. And there's a lot of people on Thursday.
Right.
Tuesday all of a sudden became a clusterfuck.
I will speak to this, Larry. Sorry to interrupt, but I did want to speak to this. So our show, which used to be Toy Frenzy, now The Frenzy, that I do on Skelevator's channel. We used to go right now, the time slot that we're in for Saturdays. This is when we used to go live. This wasn't working anymore for us. We switched to Thursdays. Larry used to tune in on Thursdays and watch us. That's where I first started seeing a Punk with Toys show up, was in the Toy Frenzy chat. And at that time, I didn't even know he had a channel. I didn't realize he had a channel until he joined live on the open mic night. And then I started watching his content on Mondays, because Mondays was a night that I used to go live because it did work for me. But then I moved to Saturdays when Toy Frenzy moved to Thursdays. And I started watching Larry's. Larry's is now my Monday night stream that when I'm finishing up my night doing my dishes, I pop it on, I hop in the chat, say a few things, and then listen in for the rest of the show. And I enjoy the crap out of it. But he is 100% correct. You have to go live when it works best for your schedule. And like you said, as much as you don't want to try to take away, he goes live Thursday nights, same time we go live for The Frenzy. I don't view Larry as necessarily competition. They're going to want to watch what they're going to watch. Like this past week, we had a decent show. We only go once a month now. And you know what? Larry had Michael from Toy Habits on for this past week. Honestly, I was really, really impressed with the amount of people who showed up for us doing the show once a month this Thursday, because I really thought a lot of people were going to be viewing Michael with, Lawrence's stream. I had to go back and watch the replay, but I mean, that's what it is.
More than one browser, so we watched both.
Yeah, I was on both.
But it is one of those things. You've got to do what works best for you. Now, please, Larry, continue.
I have a question for Larry before we start. Your son's account, or your son's channel, how many subscribers does he have at this point? Since Monday?
Well, they went up to 29, and then a bunch of you fuckers went and left. No. He has like 22, but that was just no. He like that's just his school stuff. He talked about maybe doing another channel after we get everything going and putting not shorts on, but short little clips of stuff that he's doing. So I'm not sure if he's going to keep it on that channel. But yeah, I went to like 29 and then it was still up here. I refreshed. He actually brought it up to me. He's like, all those people left.
Oh, that's good. I'm still there.
I
tried to figure this out by putting the punks on film. The link, when you were putting the links up, you put the punks on film.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, because I clicked on right away seeing punk because punk's on. I thought it was punk's son. Something.
Oh.
Because one word together is punk's on, but I thought it was punk's son something. And I was like, oh wait, this is punk's on film.
You know who else has a YouTube channel that's pretty good? That is one of our crotch goblins is Cobb's son with J.D. Weber Films, which is always a good one.
He's getting close to his 500.
Yeah, that is another great channel, especially if you like stop motion, which many of us worship because stop motion is the way to make movies with your figures.
He's at 488. He's getting that.
He's even above me. See, look. Not only has Cobb kicked my ass and surpassed subscribers,
it's a family tradition.
Well, shit, I don't know how long he's been doing it now. He's been doing it
a lot longer than both of us.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But I want to add what you said there. So you said that you didn't want to go against people that you knew. When I was deciding what day to go live, the biggest thing that I had to do was figure out a day that I could go live every single week, because I didn't want it to be, you don't want to be jumping back and forth and be live one week and then not live. But I specifically did not choose Sunday and Tuesdays because of Geek Life and Toy Anxiety.
Yep.
Wednesday was the day that we used to skate all the time. I haven't been skating, so I didn't want to do that. Friday and Saturday just honestly aren't really good days because a lot of people are going out. Now, I did kind of learn that a lot of us, not myself, because unfortunately I'm not saying unfortunately, I'm single, but a lot of the guys our age are in relationships or married. So they're home and it doesn't really matter. They can watch. So that is one reason why I picked Monday. I also knew that I was going up against Monday Night Football and Monday Night Raw. Football, I don't think was a big deal in this space.
Raw, maybe, and there's some crossover. Yeah, wrestling does tend to
wrestling more is more than football. Yeah.
Well, listen. Raw has been killing it. They got me in the demo because I'm loving what they're doing. So
wrestling also isn't a season either. It's all year.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. When there was rumors that they might leave being on Mondays, I was kind of excited.
So I like with John's put in here from the Collecting Brothers saying learning how to design thumbnails for YouTube was also a learning curve for us. I will let people know right now, if you ever need advice or help, reach out. I do graphic design. I will help. Okay, I have no problems with helping you out.
Expect that message tomorrow.
Not a problem. I'll invite you to my test StreamYard, and I will work with you.
That'd be $39.95 a minute.
All right, so I love that just got brought up. Just because, Dave, I'm looking at your stuff right now, and like I see you have Dave's Dimension, but you don't you have Beverly Hills Cop XOF. But nobody really not everyone's seeing exactly what that is. I think you should always have your logo somewhere on there. So whether people look and see it and they want it, I would rather see.
You mean on the video title itself?
What? Well, I always
you mean on the thumbnail?
The thumbnail.
Yeah, like a
Okay.
watermark
So-
kind of.
So go on, Larry.
So I like your Dave's Dimension with the Ghostbusters. Now I see Dave's Dimension and 14 Doc. What the fuck is that about? You know, like, I don't know. Beverly Hills Cop X. Okay, I mean I kind of know what that is, but if you had like Axel Foley in it or whatever the 14th Doctors, whatever that is. Like again, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
You know, Super Sentia. I have no, you know, like things like that will grab people's attention. Now, this was something that I just heard. I want to say Friday, and it was from Mr. Beast. And you're gonna see me like the beginning of my videos. There's a 10-second clip of a logo. It's actually a skateboard logo with a bunch of stuff. Then my thumbnail that you would see part of the video, and then a second picture. I'm changing it to put what my thumbnail is, which was the description, because Mr. Beast was talking about it, and he said this autoplay when you highlight something, that's 5 seconds. That if people aren't seeing what it is, they're not seeing the thumbnail because they've highlighted it. So so just this last video, I changed it. So I put Doc right up, and I'm going to see how that does. So if someone highlights it, the autoplay, they don't see my logo. You know, I mean, they'll see it in the corner, but they'll see exactly what I'm going to talk about. But thumbnails are huge because that's the biggest thing that people see, you know, when they're pulling stuff up.
Yep.
And that's what grabs their attention.
Agreed. And also, I will say 100% about thumbnails. Make them clean. Don't get them too busy. You will notice my thumbnails look very uniform, but they will catch your attention. And even some people might think they're boring. Well, first off, because of the way I do my thumbnails, I can throw together, like tonight's thumbnail took me 5 seconds. I've already got the thumbnail set up for next week because I was able to just, I reuse basically the same background, same layout, change the title, and then I throw a couple of images up based off of what I'm probably unboxing that night as a, you know, starting conversation topic. But then it often goes well away from that. But if anybody ever wants any help with their thumbnails, I will gladly sit down and help out. I know I've definitely helped out. If you go back to the very first 2 episodes of Toy Frenzy and you look at those thumbnails, Skelly did those. Skelly is an amazing artist, without a doubt. And I love the man to death, but those first 2 thumbnails were kind of like, whoa, it's a bit messy. Because he was just trying it on his phone, and he was like scribbling using his finger to write out the text of what it was going to be. So then by the time we decided we were going to do this as a regular thing, I went down and I designed a logo and set up a basic kind of idea for a thumbnail, and we started using that. And then we built on that. Same thing with my channel here. Like, you go back and you look at my older thumbnails, then you will start seeing like that evolution of the thumbnail to what it is today. So keep them a little bit uniform. That doesn't mean you have to do the same thing I do with like a static background, because Larry's thumbnails aren't always the same static background. And normally caters,
I always take a picture of what I'm doing.
Yeah, you know, he's got that, and then he puts his logo over it and slaps his title on there. You can have ways of doing it, but kind of give it a uniform look in the way of how you lay it out, because that'll help.
So
that's what I've been trying to do kind of now. So I didn't do thumbnails for a long time.
All right. So Captain Spaulding is asking, who collects horror, or do you guys all collect the same stuff? The thing with the clubhouse is, yes, a lot of us collect similar or same stuff. Like Larry is clearly more G.I. Joe. I am more Motu and Mythic Legions, figure obscura. Allison collects a lot of really good, strong female characters. Bud collects a lot of Motu. Cobb collects Motu like crazy. And Adam, highly articulated, collects spoons. We all have varied collections. I will say I'm surprised we don't get a lot of horror collectors on here.
I collect horror DVDs. I mean, I
I like it.
buy DVDs anymore, but I have Friday the 13th in every VHS, DVD, Blu-ray. At one point, I had this horrible record, like they were records that were like in
Laserdisc.
Laserdisc.
No, not Laserdisc. It was a step or two before Laserdisc. It was like a big plastic cartridge. You popped it in, and then like a record came out.
Betamax.
It was like no, Betamax was a.
No, it's different than Betamax.
It was like a picture disc or some such, and it had to flip, and it was janky. Like I didn't have the player for that, but I found it like at a yard sale one time in like 1993. And yeah, I did have Betamax too, though. I got that in the box when the local video store was getting rid of their Betamax. I was like, well, you can keep the porn. But I'm like, I will take all of these old porn, even though I couldn't watch any of them. And then I sold them for like $600, like a bunch of janky old Betamax when I left Texas to move to the Pacific Northwest to some hipster. And that's the only good thing a hipster ever did for me. Anyway.
Horror collectors are always welcome.
All right, I want to say something to Dave here, man. I'm looking through your stuff. I'm looking at these thumbnails, right?
Yes, sir.
You put a fucking bike in your thing, and it does fucking good. Bike buying for big guys, right? And you have the fucking bike there.
He just said this yesterday. Sorry, Larry. He just said that yesterday.
8.8. I'm sorry. 8,800 views, so almost 9,000 views on that. You have 284 views on this other one. Bike buying for big guys. Adventure. You have the bike. You know, 377 for 505 on this. This one. Like, so the bike riding does good for you. There's definitely. But I think seeing the bike there, but the other ones is right at the beginning there is you in your Ghostbusters outfit, 2.9 and 442. Like that type of stuff, it grabs people's attention.
Yep.
Yeah, and those two videos, the Ghostbuster one, you're probably, I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but I did a video which was, basically ghostbusting for big guys, and I did the bike video because the thing is with cosplay, usually you see the more fit looking people. You get a certain kind of mental image with cosplay, but me, I mean, long story short, I was almost 500 pounds when I kind of first started.
Okay.
I'm down. I mean, I'm lost over 100 pounds, more than that. But thing was, from my perspective, I found that it was hard to try and find if someone was beginning to try and do a Ghostbusters cosplay or a cosplay in general. It was hard for people to even try to attempt that. So that's what motivated me to do that video. And same thing with the bike buying for big guys. Those are just things that I was very heavily passionate about. And, maybe subconsciously, I just like, okay, I want to do as much as I can with it. And the bike buying one, I still get a few responses once in a while, but it's like, yeah, I could be a bit more consistent, especially when it comes to thumbnails, especially, I honestly, I don't spend a whole lot when I'm doing that stuff. Like I'm like, okay, let me, use a website to remove the background, and let me just try and throw something together real quick that maybe in the back of my head I think looks cool, but like you said, try not to make it look too busy. I know some of my thumbnails can look a bit busy at times, or it's just a screen capture from the video itself.
But also remember,
the way I heard some good numbers there, though.
Yeah,
But those are not consistent. Sadly,
no,
mine aren't at all either.
But just looking at these last 8 videos that you did, all right, I'd go redo the thumbnails and just see what happens. Okay. See if something else kicks in. So obviously, like this, the one from 2 weeks ago is Doctor Who. So do something with what is it? TARDIS? Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Now, I would personally I would use this logo that you have, because it doesn't matter if if people see that it's Ghostbusters and they like Ghostbusters, they're gonna tune in.
Yes.
But once you start streamlining what your logo is, like this idiot right here, Tony Figs, all right?
Oh, Tony's here.
Yeah, Tony, can you guys hear me?
When people see that, they know this is a wannabe.
What a dick!
So they tune in.
You're the one buying subs, dude.
You're absolutely correct.
You even showed us how in a damn video.
Yeah, how-to video.
Well, yeah. So you have this Beverly Hills Cop. Put Axel Foley in it somewhere. And I would just redo these 8 videos because they're within the last month.
So, all right. I was just saying to Dre, because he was saying about hit me up tomorrow. Dave, if you got some free time tomorrow, both of you guys, we'll jump in my test StreamYard. Send me a time that's going to work for you guys. We'll go over some thumbnail creations. I'll show you the software I use, which is Canva. It's not too hard.
I'm familiar with Canva.
Okay, and I'll walk you through some steps on how to make a clean, engaging thumbnail with exactly the stuff like what Larry's talking about right now. And it takes me to put together what I did tonight. It took me all of 5 minutes. It doesn't take me that long to throw together these thumbnails because I have a basic layout that I like that works, and it definitely catches attention. And I mean, and Larry knows how long it can take me to create kind of a image from scratch because and we're gonna kind of have to redo that now too, by the way, because I did change my background logo since then. You've got the old Ostradamus Toys logo. We'll have to update that with the takeover where I managed to get Larry popping through the screen there for his takeover streams of my channel, which is one of the best and funniest thumbnails I've done to date.
Oh God, certainly the ugliest.
And I did it while working.
Yeah, that's because he didn't put you on it, or yours would have been the ugliest.
Hey, I got Todd.
Just click on the main picture and press replace. And then everything else, pretty much leave there. If it's Masters of the Universe, then my logo down here, and then Toy Network over here, it all stays there. Just replace the photo, and and I could take out because I have a whole folder that I've saved all my YouTube stuff where I've remove background for Mythic Legion stickers and whatever it is.
I'm not that organized.
Just remove this and put that one there.
I noticed you finally figured out how to do the transparent background on the Toy Network cop. Finally.
Well, I did for that one live because that live thumbnail I was doing, it just looked like too much everywhere. But all I did was do the remove background and made the transparent Toy Network, and it just looked like it took a lot away from it.
I could have sworn I had sent the transparent background one from you.
You did, but for some reason when I click on it, it wouldn't let me use it straight like that. But yeah, I could go move it up and down now, make it as transparent as I want, remove the background, all that stuff. Because I use 2 different ones. I use because I'm cheap. I use Bazaar and Canva because one has features that the other one doesn't have without going pro. So you just take it from here and then use it over here, and then I'm not paying for nothing.
I will say that, the Canva, because I use Canva Premium, and there is a lot of their features that I use are behind that premium paywall, which does suck. But if you can find a similar software that's free to use, it definitely helps. And you can still do a lot of decent stuff with Canva free, but their premium, their team subscription is worth it. And especially if you want to because what is it? I've got teams and I can have 4 or 5 people. I know I've got Bud, Skelly, Bobby.
Oh yeah.
And then I think I have Sean all on my Canva Pro.
That's right.
But if you get a couple guys that you can get together, mind you, the price I pay is a grandfathered price because I signed up before they raised the price. And now it's a little bit pricier than it used to be, but you can still do a lot of good stuff with Canva, even at free. And even Adam's saying here, I use the free Canva. It's great. Sometimes you just have to be a little more creative with how you use it, and that's true.
I figure if I get a few more members here in the future, a little something to help pay for it, I might do it. So
I mean, like me, I've used Canva in the past, and I once in a while I will sign up for their trial membership and try to get as much much graphics and as much what's the word I'm looking for, assets through it. Like, you know, they'll have like little video clips that you can kind of like, you know, paste together to make like an intro or to do this or to do that. So I mean, I've done that in the past because for my video editing I actually use Wondershare because that lets me do like really nice transitions, and you know, you can like speed things up. Like for some of my bike videos I've done, like I'll record my bike rides, but nobody wants to sit there for 2 or 3 hours watching a bike ride, so I speed it up using it. But it's something that I pay monthly for, you know. But like StreamYard, I actually me and Dre split up StreamYard so we can not use the basic one and have a few extra perks on it. So I mean, that's something I always recommend, is splitting the cost if you can. Yeah, but you know, there's always those trial memberships on Canvas to get some of the premium off of it, you know.
Yeah, the editing one I use, I know a lot of people use that CapCut. That's what my son first used, and that's what I jumped onto. And they get a lot of that just with the free, the speed up and all the cool transitions and everything. There's a lot of stuff on there just with the free one.
Yeah, I've never used CapCut, but I've heard a lot of people talk about it.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do with it just with the free stuff. There's still stuff I'm learning every day when I mess with it. Just find something new all the time.
Hey, someone else speak. I said enough.
Yeah, in the point.
Come on,
Hey, I made a cake. At
my bar so that it's like efficient.
Come on, Tony.
What?
Doing this on a cell phone sucks.
No.
I can't see the I can't see the chat, so I got my TV up in the station. I'm watching if somebody watching the comments and shit. I mean, either I got to get my my tablet up or bring my laptop to work on these days. But yeah, so it's just this fucking I'm like this teeny tiny shit on this phone.
Tony, somebody in chat wants to know why you hate diversity.
Stop! It's you. You always say that all the time.
Oh, you're right. It is me in the chat asking why you hate diversity. Okay,
Rat.
sorry, never mind.
I can't say nothing to you because you're cleaning up that super friends thing for me. That the hero. I'm like, even though you've been doing it for a year.
It's not been quite that long. I tried to clean it up, and I've had to print it out, and I'm going to do graphite and whatever.
Nice. You're awesome.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
Yeah. I just found that picture and I said, this would be cool to color.
But there is something you could say. You could explain why you hate diversity. So it's a joke to me. You know it's a joke. Everyone knows it's a joke.
I know, you're just being
I'm making fun of you because of that, the incident.
What was it? Oh, that's right.
Yeah, like the thing. And then I was like, and somebody was like, well, why would Tony even do that? And I was just like, because he hates diversity. And
that shit was so funny.
Because it was just ridiculous. It was a ridiculous situation.
And then Allison, you just run with it.
It's my thing now. It's like I get shit. It's like how I used to always like, hello chat, Lawrence. But I didn't do that anymore.
Hello chat and Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Which is always
Lawrence. Thank you, Lawrence.
Oh,
yeah. I was there, Allison, when he bought that. I was going to take it.
It's already open.
Well, I had that live stream I did today on my channel to celebrate 1 year. So I slept till like almost 1 o'clock, and it was at 4 p.m. my time. So I push it back to 4:30. So instead of opening it, filming a little video to tag you in and say thanks, I'm like, let me just get this up today on Instagram as a picture, and then some point tomorrow or Monday, I'll film. I mean, it's open, but you know what I mean. I'll film a little video. I'll do it as a short.
I love that cool little mask, that little mask video you did.
Thank you. I've got booklet too.
I had that.
Here, so,
yes, I had that poster. Damn it.
So I'm turning this one. I mean,
I wish somebody would bring that back. I really do.
Me too, so bad. When she did that video,
I had the mask lunchbox as a kid.
So
yeah,
Ramen Toys got Machina. I'm just
they're doing some stuff. Yeah, Ace is doing some stuff with it.
Not to promote myself too much, but I am the official researcher for Jay at Geek Dad Life's Toy Geeks podcast.
Nice.
And they're doing Mask in the coming week. So I've been researching Mask. And I am wondering, in the research I've been doing that digs down into how the Mask toy line was created, I am wondering if we haven't gotten a modern day Mask because of perhaps how the rights are parsed out. Because while Kenner did in fact create the Mask toy line,
Kenner, yep.
They were very quickly sold to Tonka afterwards. And a portion of the storyline that we think of as Mask was created by Dick, D-I-C, Deke.
Deke,
the cartoon studio when they adapted it.
So, every time that came on as a child, I would always say, Dick.
Is perhaps the reason we haven't gotten Mask is similar to the Filmation Princess of Power, She-Ra, He-Man, like where there are weird royalty things that because Mask is finger quote owned by Hasbro.
Yes, there you go, Maston.
We're gonna say finger quote because Kenner was purchased by Tonka, which then took over all of Kenner's assets, and then Hasbro bought Tonka. So it's possible because if you remember when IDW did the comic for Mask, they changed a lot of things about the basic story. And people did not like that. So I'm thinking those things were partially changed because of them trying to get around the rights issues. This is all a theory. Like do not take this as gospel.
I'm taking it as gospel.
This is just based on my research, right? And me sort of paying attention to how the toy industry since the 80s has worked with all these buyouts and the Filmation Motu thing especially. So I am wondering if part of the issue is because people reacted poorly to the sort of the I'm not going to really call it a rebrand, but the storyline changes they made when it was IDW, which could almost be like, we can't really use this, so make up something different. And when it reacted poorly, I'm wondering if it's made Hasbro. Because it may not even, like sometimes people are like, oh, well, they should just pay for the rights or whatever and make the toys. Sometimes it's not that easy. For a long time, the Masters of the Universe movie, we didn't get figures because William Stout, who did all those designs for the movies, technically owns them. And a little birdie has told me there was a particular brand manager at Mattel who was so obnoxious that he basically refused to work with Mattel. And then Super 7 was able to work with
drama
in a certain way. And then all of a sudden, Mattel has a better relationship with William Stout, and they're doing movie figures because one would wonder if perhaps he jacked up the royalty that they would owe him to an extraordinary amount because he was rubbed the wrong way by her. And again, this is all theory and conjecture based on what happens in the world and me basing an opinion or a thought I have had on that. So please don't take this as gospel or whatever. I mean, you can, but it's like any gospels, it could be made up. This could be the Scientology of toy tube theory that I'm putting forward. So
don't tell them ladies at church the gospel's made up.
Just bring Mask back. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so if we get Mask back and it's different, and they're not really addressing why it's different, it could be because of a weird rights issue. And because so many of the people who created Mask for Kenner are dead now, it may not even be that getting the rights is as easy as saying, hey, Tom, let's send you $20 per figure or whatever the royalty would be. They may be dealing with children or heirs or an estate,
The
they
heirs
basically are going to ask for like, we need $1 million for you to
it's
do
when it
this.
gets messy. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, and this is something good for myself to remember, that a lot of these old toy lines I would love to see come back, they may not be able to easily, just because. Oh, and for Mask, Kenner actually brought in outside designers for some of those toys, so not everything with Mask was in house. So that complicates it because you don't know what the original deal was with the outside engineering company who developed a certain transformation for a certain toy.
Right.
So it's possible it would be too expensive to bring back Mask as is, and I think a lot of fans would not.
Like they might have to rework their mechanics, you mean?
Yeah, because it takes a lot to transform a toy. And there are certain ways
engineering.
The engineering of some of those Mask toys is amazing.
Like Transformers.
Is patented. Some of it is patented.
Yeah.
And not all of those patents were owned by Kenner at the time. So Kenner may have co-owned those with some of the creators for the outside things that were brought in, or for people who were contracted from outside, like freelancers. There are a few Masters of the Universe figures in the later years that were actually developed by freelance designers.
Yeah.
So the
work for hire,
rights and stuff are really complicated at that point in the 80s, where everyone was like, we really need a new toy line that's going to make $1 gazillion, and we have to do it in conjunction with this company that makes cartoons, the studio, so that we, and then the studio adds a character or two, and that's a popular character, but they can't do it unless the studio signs off because of how the rights were. So, long way of saying, if we get Mask back, it might be different, and they might not ever address why it's different, because we also don't know what the legal agreements are. There could be a legal agreement that says, we license this part of it to you, but not this, and if you say anything, you can't use any of it. So.
So it might be different. It might be different, but
so if people ask, just say it's written in the script that way. There you go.
Yeah, but we all know there's a particular segment of fans over here. None of those are here with us. If there's any sort of any change at all to anything, like his shirt is supposed to be purple and it's violet, and lose their shit, and there are hashtags, and there are 17 videos about how the change in the violet means the toy line is woke now, and we hate woke.
That sounds like 501st fans. Oops.
Yeah, so I'm just whatever. I'm not saying we'll just call them the
sounds like people that hate diversity.
It's it's like Tom. He hates diversity.
Damn.
Like, the purple people, we hate the violet. It has to be purple, or it's ruining my childhood. So anyway, it's a long way of
look. I fucking hate white people. What?
Me and
hashtag Oz hates diversity.
I am definitely in the minority on this panel right now.
Yeah, you kind of are, because you're
a white
man. Nobody can tell.
I am the diversity.
You're not showing a face reveal. Nobody can tell, Tony.
I'm at work and I'm tired and my back hurts.
Really quick, K-Dog has a comment in the chat. Yes, that's what we're calling it. Sorry, it's been a long day of streaming, and I don't stream this much until next weekend.
Or is this the one?
No, it's the one before about Silverhawks.
Yeah.
The media
anime.
The animated series would be especially difficult because that was created by, was it Ruby Spears?
I think so.
Ruby Spears. Ruby Spears as an entity does not exist. Their library has been bought and sold 2 or 3 times. So the cartoon itself, who even knows who has the rights? The toy line, those rights are a bit more clear cut. But notice it's not with Hasbro or Kenner, and Silverhawks was created in-house at Kenner back in the day. Or was it?
Yeah, like the Thundercats. Yeah.
I think Super 7 was doing a line of some of the figures.
At one point,
they
Super
are doing.
7 said we own the rights to Silverhawks, and then it turns out maybe they didn't own the rights to Silverhawks. Or not all of Silverhawks. They owned some of Silverhawks, but not all of Silverhawks, and we never got clarification. So.
What's interesting about it, right,
Matthew,
is I thought they had the license to do the cartoon stylized figures. However, then they started doing the toy stylized figures for Silverhawks as well. What's that one bad guy with like the saw blades? I can't think of his name.
From Silverhawks.
Yeah.
Oh, Silverhawks.
Monstar? No,
not
he was the big
one
bad.
of his henchmen.
Oh,
well, like the
Literally
cartoon.
Let's just
like
call him
I don't
Saw
know.
Guy.
I don't know. I'm
Solid
an old
yellow.
man. I can't remember shit. Just ask Larry.
There you go. K-Dog's got it for
You
me.
can't remember shit.
Yep, there we go.
Except Buzzsaw.
Bob, I didn't think I was right.
I'm pretty sure I thought I heard Bud say it too, but
Bud's over there doing Bud. Bud, where the cookies at?
Kitchen.
But yeah, the Buzzsaw, right? Like their first original one they came out with was based off the animation version.
Yeah.
And then they did a repaint and the extra tooling for the different stylized head of the figure too. So I was actually really, really surprised to see that they did that, because initially I thought they were only allowed to do the cartoon versions. And sometimes the rights to those styles can be completely separate entities as far as ownership goes, which is, again, one of the big issues with Mattel and why they can't always do a cartoon stylized figure, which now it seems like they're getting that back since they got the cartoon line, thankfully.
It's almost like instead of losing all the rights in 2023, as was predicted, they started getting all the rights back. It's almost like there was some sort of licensing or
like a renegotiation,
or even a thing where it's like a certain company had the rights to certain characters to a certain point, and then once they didn't make a movie in that certain amount of time, those rights lapsed. And the rights went to Netflix.
Reverted back.
I mean, it's, you know, and suddenly they don't necessarily own get a royalty on figures.
The 4-hour mark, awesome.
Yeah, well, you know how we go. We're normally at least 6 hours. So
yeah.
The fact that Larry has made it this long, considering that is Lawrence face palming because he's done.
Yeah, we're roaming at
the fact that I'm still here.
Someone playing with Squeakfoot?
It's like 2 in the morning in Michigan.
Oh, sorry, it's my dog.
I thought somebody was wheezing at first laughing.
I thought it was Lawrence.
That is Duchess.
Oh,
that is Duchess, not Duchess of Darkness, playing with her toy. There, bud.
Squeaky toys.
Everything?
Yeah.
I do not have a Voltron, but I don't know which version you're talking about, because they did just do those re-releases, which are pretty cool, Captain Spaulding.
I have that new one on order.
I kind of do want that Voltron.
Wait, Tony, which one?
The new one coming out for the one from oh my god, who had it on their show recently? I think maybe Aaron the Toy Enhancer.
Oh.
I think Aaron the Toy Enhancer had it. That new one. I just saw the Black Lion at Target, but that's all they had.
Yeah.
So
I saw all
I think
of them.
BBTS is coming out. Yeah, BBTS coming out with them. I think I ordered them from there. How
much are those?
I never had it as a kid, so I'm like, that's out now. Okay, I'm gonna freaking order it now and just have it.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I kind of want it myself.
I only ever had the Black Lion as a kid.
Really? Yes. See, I didn't.
I had the blue.
I watched the cartoon religiously. I always wanted the lion one. I never gave a crap about the vehicle one.
I am
cool,
thinking Lion, the Princess, and the Castle. So.
Nice.
I'm thinking back on it now.
Yep.
I actually did have the blue, green, yellow, and the red. I never had the Black Lion, but it's funny because I had all 4 of them and I didn't realize what they were until a little bit later. So I guess maybe at like some kind of yard sale or something, I managed to pick up the 4, but I never had the Black Lion. I remember like a daycare or something that I was going to had the black lion, because I always thought it was weird that this black cat that looked kind of like the ones that I had a face inside of it.
Yeah. Open the mouth and there's a face.
Yeah, there was a face there. I totally remember that. So Captain Spaulding put up this question earlier, and I kind of want to go once around here and just what is the one figure you guys and gals love in your collection? Larry, let's start with you.
Yeah, wake up, bitch.
One character?
Just one figure that you absolutely love in your collection. And
probably a gargoyle.
Tony, is that it?
No, that's the Netflix one.
Yeah,
no, that's a different one.
That's the
OG, the OG Lions.
Dude, there's an OG release that's happening.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 3-0. He's getting the 3-0 one then, because that's 3-0.
Let me see. Yeah, that's it. I think so. Yeah.
3-0. It's $300.
No, it's not that one.
Yeah,
it's not that one.
No, it's definitely the re-release that's going on at like Target right now. It's like anniversary editions.
Yeah,
I haven't seen any of those hit my targets.
This is the Blitzway one. My wife has said if I buy it,
just all you have to say is Blitzway, and I already know the pricing. No,
yeah, my wife
is that bastard?
700.
Right.
Oh my god!
Let's bring it back in here. Bring it back in.
Fucking Dave.
God.
I love diversity.
It might be the Headless Horseman.
Oh yeah, you always talk about that one.
Because he comes with a horse. He's obviously
a horse.
One that isn't expensive. Might be Scareglow, just because he fucking glows so awesome.
Very valid choices, Larry, and I fucking love your style.
It's her. I mean, it's hard. It's hard.
Cabbage Patch dog.
Because so many of the Joes go together with another figure. So when you're asking just one, it makes it difficult. Now, if you want to talk about toy in general, it'd probably be the USS Flag with 8 shipwrecks.
the entire command crew of one guy.
I can't beat that.
Hey, listen,
in his leisure time, he likes to lay out on the flight deck in a bathing suit that has shipwreck all over it.
You know what? You guys make a fucking joke, but half you fuckers would do that too if you had one.
What? Yeah, they couldn't because they're not short enough. Like,
I was going to say, I would crush.
It's 7.5 feet long.
It's 7.5 feet, so I could definitely lay across it, but my weight would crush it, especially
it would like a WWE table.
Yeah, it would not stay together. However, if you guys hadn't seen yet, Scuba Pete pool party with the flag.
Yeah, at Joe Fest.
By the way, at Joe Fest.
Yeah,
I'm surprised Larry didn't get in on that more.
I would have did a cannonball on that
Instagram or something.
I mean, I know people think that's really cool, but I'm sorry, that is.
It was kind of silly.
Cliff Tarkin still takes the cake.
I know he had balls to do it. Yeah.
All right, Dre, let's go with you. We're just gonna go round table.
All right, that's super easy.
Wow, it's hard for me. I gotta think.
Oh no, it's not hard
because I'm not at home.
You got time, Tony.
He's reaching for the Hot Toys stack.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Because I wanted this one. I waited 2.5 years.
He's reaching for the Mondo.
No, it's not the Mondo. This is the Hot Toys, baby.
Morales.
Into the Spider-Verse.
There we go.
My daughter loves it. I love it. It is by far one of the best looking Hot Toy boxes I've seen. And this was here, I'll even show him right here because he looks clean. That's clean.
Are you going to keep him in there?
No, I'm taking him out. My wife and I are trying to figure out the space to put him up.
Oh, got it. Gotcha. I got you.
So he's coming out because I have Gwen as well. But he is my absolute favorite figure I own in the house. Will not get rid of him.
It's a good one. It is a good one. I mean, all your options are valid. It's your opinion on what your favorite toy is, so it doesn't really matter what anybody else says.
Oh yeah, I love my Spider-Man collection that sits on the wall behind me, but when I got this, I actually cried because I remember how hard I was struggling to get money to get this together to get the figure. So it's a win.
Also wanted to say hey to Kiwi GI Customs and Collection. I'm sorry, missed that a little bit earlier as I was coming in.
Oh shit!
All right, Dave, what you got for us, brother? What's your favorite tool?
Well, I would have said, because I recently reacquired the Captain America Endgame hot toy, but that was replaced as of 2 weeks ago. I was at the local con here in Buffalo, and I stumbled across, now, other than Ghostbusters, Back to the Future is my favorite all time, Michael J. Fox signs authenticated Funko Pop. So this is my prized possession as of right now.
All right. And you know what?
That's hard to read his signature. Was he shaking when he did it?
Well,
shit.
This isn't authenticated. I wasn't there when he autographed it, but you can see it is fully authenticated. But so this, because, and honestly, I mean, Back to the Future is probably my all-time favorite. So I have to go with this.
There you go. All right. And you know, we don't always give a lot of love to Pop here because they are weird toys. For me,
yeah,
they are weird toys for me. I don't even collect Pops of ones of toy lines that I like, but I will say I have been given several as gifts over the years, and I treasure every single one of those gifts.
Yeah, that's
it was the signature that did me in on this. So
yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because the Funkos, they can take up a lot of space and they're not exactly posable.
They can when you keep them in box, and even when you take them out of box, they're just awkward. Like they were, it was a lot nicer when they all came on the little stands back in the day. All right, Tony, are you ready?
Or do you need some more it's more of like like a collection of figs than a favorite one.
Well, you can pick your customs too, brother. That's always
the game, Tony.
Well, what is it? One toy, one fig? I can't.
Toy. One toy, and it could be one of your custom.
Let's see.
Toy to rule them all.
What's your favorite custom that you have made? What was your most favorite custom that you made?
Favorite custom?
Here's his favorite custom ever, right here.
Yeah, I made that Roman for him.
This is actually my favorite thing.
I like the good boy head better.
Yeah, well, the shot that I was taking. So this was made by the whitest Mexican I've ever met in person.
Hadn't met my cousin Adrian yet.
In person, he still likes other ones better than Tony that he hasn't met in person.
Browner ones.
And honestly, maybe from one of my best friends. So.
Aww.
He's still an asshole.
Pick someone.
That's Dave. I mean, see, look, Tony, look, I love Dave. Dave is my brother, but he and I are assholes to each other at times. But you know what? I know in a fight he got my back.
That's right.
Yeah, I'll be pointing. His back is right there.
Exactly. Well, I get beat up.
See. Friends don't. Wow, man, come back to me because I got to think. I'm not even at home looking at my collection yet.
That's fine, brother. Bud, what is your absolute favorite?
Bud. He's muted.
Yeah.
Oh,
there you
yes,
go.
I am.
Yep.
Honestly, looking around, Skeletor.
That is dope.
There you go.
That's a good
Skeletor is a good one.
Dude, that's
also custom.
That is so sick.
That is a good looking custom
Skeletor
too.
Yeah, it is.
I remember as K-Dog, I believe, was the one in the chat earlier that said Skeletor was his fave. And it's a good choice. It's really good. He's definitely high up on my list. All right, we're going to do this little spiral style here. We're going to circle into Allison.
Probably my vintage large size Leia. The 12-inch doll. Or my vintage
You
She-Ra.
size queen, you.
That's true. Or my vintage strawberry shortcake. One of the three. Those are the ones that, like, if I had to get rid of everything, those are the 3 I would keep.
All right. Cobb.
I'm surprisingly going to go outside of Motu. It's probably,
Whoa. I did not expect that.
Probably remember this figure I picked up.
The King Arthur.
This was just something I came across that I wanted just by the look of it. And then after getting him, was just so impressed with like the soft goods underneath, the wire cape and everything.
And that was one of the companies off of 5K, right?
Yeah, that shield and sword they came with is just so freaking badass.
Cobb, you know what you gotta look into?
His face sculpt on here too, if I could get it off without.
Because he has a removable helmet.
Yeah, and it is so tight fitting on there. I'm afraid I'm gonna pop the whole head off. Yep.
Like a total.
Might have to get back to this. I don't know if I get it out now.
No, you got it out.
That face sculpt on him was just so perfect. Got scars all on his face.
I'm not gonna lie, it looks a lot like Charlie Hunnam.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, it is just. I just love this figure. He's just
Cobb.
So damn cool.
If you want to get something that's in that same kind of range, you need to get one of these.
Oh, I've been looking at those.
This Poseidon's fire.
Wow.
Yeah, all those gods. Yeah, I don't know.
Nice.
They're almost like a little cartoon for me, but they do look cool though. I still like them.
Yeah, the price point wasn't terrible. I mean, what was it like? The exclusive. There was an exclusive BBTS one that was like 109, but it was like all blue, and that one was like 90 with the shipping and tax.
Yeah, I've been seeing those and like him and Zeus, and I forget who else they had, but
Hades, they did Hades.
All right. So Mr. Madgus says that head looks like Jake Paul. That head sculpt is way prettier than Jake Paul. All right,
that's Charlie Hunnam.
And look, he is about to get a lot uglier after Mike Tyson finally busts him in the lip.
Mm-hmm. Mikey Tyson.
Is that fight back on them?
Whenever. It'll probably never actually happen. It's just hype to build it up, I guess. But honestly, I want to. I really want
tonight.
It was it? Oh, like
it was supposed to happen today.
Night?
The 20th. It was supposed to happen July 20th, and then it got Tyson. Something happened with Tyson that he got sick, and they had to pull him from the fight last month.
Well, that happened before, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it happened last month. He was like everything. Tyson was putting those videos, man, where he was showing how lean he is. I mean, he was hitting that bag hard. And then they had said all the rules that Jake Paul had stated that he didn't want to, Tyson. I mean, come on, let's be real. Everybody knows that motherfucker was all show, Tyson, till he hit that ring. And 30 seconds into that fight, you were knocked out.
Tyson had an ulcer flare up. That's what it was.
Yeah, he was, and then they said that he was like, oh, they delayed it to next year. That's what they said.
Jeez, I know it was that far.
Next July, you mean?
And then his ulcer's gonna kick up again.
Because it's gonna keep happening. Either way, we'll never see it. But I'd love to watch Mike get in the ring and just tear him to shreds.
I know. Okay, who next? Who's next?
You.
I was gonna say it's you. I'm waiting to go last.
My favorite custom recently is that Alpine I did. It came together really nice. Plus with the loadout that Great Iron did. He's just it was gonna be hard because he has that weird jacket that's like with different sleeves and stuff, and I just started brainstorming and it came together really nice, and I put them together with Hit and Run because they're both climbers. Did a good picture with it, but that's one of the best ones. But it's hard to pick because it's like I was thinking. I mean, I'm not at home, but to stare at them and then make a really good decision. But I don't know. At first I was like, I don't have a favorite, but one toy that I would say once I get that Voltron all put together, because I never did it as a kid, and now I'm 49 years old. I'll get that thing, and that'll probably be the thing I keep forever, just because. It's the 4 lions, and you can always take them apart, make them into lions, form Voltron, and that was awesome.
I'm with you on that. You know what's another good one, Tony? Definitely. If you ever get a Voltron, get the Solar Shokojin. If you're willing to spend a little bit of money, I mean, it's not as much as Blitzway, but it's still expensive. But the Solar Chocojins, they do all the giant robots. And I know Bud knows what I'm talking about when it's like they'll do like Great Mazinger, Mazen Kaiser. You know, they do a lot of great ones. Just check them out if you want to look at it. It's really cool.
Dre, remind me, I got to send you a. It was either a reel or a TikTok I sent Bud earlier, and I meant to send it to you and I forgot it. I've got to send it to you because it had me dying earlier.
Oh, please do.
Oh man, it's a good one.
I gotta send you the new Kamen Rider Gov one that just came out to you and Bud, because a friend of mine said that the episodes leaked 3 weeks earlier, and they showed like 2 episodes fully before they got pulled down. And it's a friend of mine who lives in Malaysia saw them already. He saw the first 3, and he thought somebody was able to capture the transformation. And I sent it to Dave already, but I'll send it to you and Bud so you guys can check it out.
Definitely.
Yeah, that thing I sent you earlier too. I was like, I knew you couldn't watch it right then. But
I couldn't watch it at the moment. I gotta be watching it in a minute because I'm
cracking up. It's funny.
All right. So real quick, as the only Clubhouse person who has their own entrance, we've got Ken in that.
Hello. I know, part of the late crew and everything, and Allison made a great entrance for me there. So appreciate coming in hot and heavy like that late at night. So hot and heavy late at night.
Hot and heavy
late at night because
that's nasty.
That should be on a shirt. Yeah, that should be on a shirt.
You know what? I'm gonna make that shirt happen. Hot and heavy.
Hot and heavy with a picture of Ken with a pint of beer.
I'm actually pretty sure I have one of those on my phone. I could access.
I do.
Yeah, you have one from earlier today, Tony.
Yeah.
I don't even have the one from earlier today. Normally,
I have the one from before Joe Fest. It was a big old ass glass of beer. I'm like, oh, that looks so good.
And a couple from during Joe Fest.
Oh yeah.
So, Ken, we're discussing what everybody's favorite toy is.
Huh. I got to pick?
Yeah.
What's your favorite in your collection? What is your favorite
Bret Hart fucking figure?
Isn't it get his Bret Hart?
That's the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be.
Rolf.
One of the greatest wrestlers ever to walk this earth.
In his mind.
Yeah, Rolf was one of the great. Oh wait, no, we're talking about that.
I went to Joe Fest. It was really cool. I know this guy. And that dude over there. And that dude over there.
Yep.
Something like that. Yeah. All right. Cool. What do you want me here for again? I don't know. Just go away. Go away. All right. Back to normal.
There we go. All right. So since we've dwindled it down to just me and talking about that favorite toy, Lawrence already said it, but I'm going to say it again. The Headless Horseman. And it is one of the few toys. It is probably the most expensive toy that I have bought twice.
Wow. How much was it?
Well, the original one,
140.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, the original one was cheaper than that. It was like $125.
That's not too bad.
Sean sold it to me at cost.
Freaking his tank.
Like $125, and then the retail one was $140. And I bought both. And I am, without a doubt, 100% in love with that toy. Absolutely love it. Oh, look at that.
I told you. I was going to.
Dre has got the Thrace.
Yep. Terrence, good shout out to our boy Terrence. He was like, he's like, you want one? He's like, I'm like, yes, I need this in my collection. She is absolutely.
I'm not getting into those.
I'm Tony. Listen,
Tony will get one because I'm going to end up sending him one. Just
no. Tony, enablers here. Damn it.
Listen, I got out of this.
Terrible.
I got out of this and sold a lot of it. I bought one for Dave.
Yeah.
I gave one to Cobb. I've
sold
some to other friends. I've got out of it, but this one brought me back because of D&D. I was like,
oh yeah.
I'm coming from you still.
Hey, those D&Ds at the collector spot in Target, those catch my eye all the time. I'm like, they're just very vibrant. They're the colors. I'm like, what is this? You know, they're not 6-inch, huh? They're a little taller. Those Dungeons and Dragons figs.
Are they Super 7 or are they?
No,
I don't know. Oh, they're NECA.
Yeah, NECA, then they're 7-inch.
Yeah, Jay, when you do ship that, make sure you let me know because I've been getting mail sent all over the place lately. It keeps going to my neighbor's house or somewhere else. So,
yeah,
give me a heads up before you actually send that out.
Uh-oh.
Ken, we lost Ken.
Bye, Ken.
I guess he doesn't love us anymore.
His internet is out of control.
Out of control. So, the Red Death, and I mean, when it comes to the figure obscura, like that is the one line of 4 Horsemen toys that I will collect each and every one of, just because it's the easiest to, due to the fact that they only release so many per year and it's not entire waves. The Red Death is definitely high up on my list too. It means a lot to me being from Baltimore, first off, and the Mask of the Red Death having, been a tale from Edgar Allan Poe. And it's just a sick figure. I love that figure too.
It is
really good.
Ask Cap, he bought mine. I had bought 2 and I sold one and I was going to keep it for me. My wife didn't want to keep it. And yeah, boy.
If I remember correctly, Bud, that was your first 4 Horsemen modern figure?
Yes. These two were my first.
I was going to say, then it was shortly followed by Vorgus Vermilion 2, then Swig. See, Tony's talking about Enabler. Look what I've done to Bud, Tony. Look
Oh my God! Hey, which ones are the knights? There's like a couple knights, like human knights. What are those ones?
Which
they're like medieval knights, but they're Mythic Legion.
I've got the Valiant Knights.
Let me look at that.
Different factions. Hold on.
I think it is one of the Valiant Knights. Larry, you're gonna pass out, brother.
I was gonna say, you're looking pretty tired, Larry. Remember, brother, you do not have to stay on the entire stream. I know
you gotta wake up early Sunday. Do you get a Red Bull?
No, I gotta go find.
Right. Tony's being a bad influence.
Go get wreckage.
You gotta go what?
Gotta go get another shipwreck.
Go get wreckage.
Where's wreckage at?
Target.
Oh, you gotta go when they open.
That's my plan.
Oh, you're getting them when they get put out on the shelves. Wow. Okay.
I do not have a Valiant Knight here, which
No?
means I've got him. Well, I've got 2 of them, so they got to be over that way.
Okay, maybe I think that's probably the one I'm talking about. The knight.
Yeah,
I was looking at the knights at Joe Fest. I'm like, damn, those are pretty dope. 4 Horsemen.
Give me a sec. I'll go grab one.
Yeah, with 4 Horsemen, I've got like the whole. I was really big into DC UC, the DC Universe Classics, and the 4 Horsemen did those, and it was all like the same buck, but at the time they were the best like DC superhero character toy line out there at the time. So, and I could get the whole Satellite era JLA, and that's what I've got on display. It's in the collection display. I love them shits.
So wait, Larry, you said that he's supposed to release tomorrow? Wreckage?
Yeah.
In the stores, huh? All right. Shit.
Technically today?
Yeah, I guess technically today. Wreckage and the Roadblock Tripwire 2-pack.
Just because they're in Michigan don't mean they'll be in Arizona, so fuck.
So,
Larry, do you ask the employees if you go and they haven't been put out, you ask them to go in the back and get them?
Hell yes, I do.
I say, do you know who I am?
Shut your mouth.
He's a juggernaut, bitch.
No, yeah, I'll ask because.
Yeah.
I mean, you can actually see on their website how many they have.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
right now,
that's how I got. That's how I got Bison and Dalsim. Yeah.
So
Jada.
Have.
That's one of my favorites. Dalsim is the shit.
I need to really quickly go ahead and say goodnight. I just need to head out.
All right. That's what I'm talking about. He's enabling me like a motherfucker. Oh my god. All right.
It's because you hate diversity.
Make it big screen real quick.
I'm gonna head out. Have a good night, everyone.
Okay, Allison.
Nice meeting you. Have a great
Yeah,
night.
Bye, Allison.
All right. Going full screen here.
Oh shit. Oh,
So
that's
that's Valiant
fucking-
Knight.
That's clean.
And
The helmets come off and you see the head and all that?
no, there's no head underneath that.
Oh, okay.
Some of their head sculpts do come off like that.
I'm gonna customize me a mythic legend. That's a whole new realm.
Well, because see, like, I got this gladiator. I did a body swap. He normally has like a naked torso, but I swapped it
Oh
out
yeah,
with
he's like
barbarian builder.
in those pictures with a thumbs up, thumbs down. Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
yeah,
I do know a
gladiator.
few people that do customize the mythics. They will full on paint them.
This is Walter the Mad, based off of Walter Hagen from the
Walter the Bony.
Ball. Yeah, one of my personal favorite vampires right here, Valet.
They got a shit ton. When me and Baldylocks went into that comic store over there in Georgia, they had all kinds of Mythic Legion, Cosmic Legion. Shit was crazy.
So there's both Krampuses.
Damn.
Because like
you
I
need
said,
to make a kick-ass display with all those.
Is it Krampuses or Crampi?
Krampuses.
Go Crampi.
Crampi.
Cramps.
Retail exclusive.
That's what I would say. Cramps.
That's Cramps. And right there is Gramps.
That is Gramps. And he's a pointy.
Gramps and
hat.
Cramps. That's
Here's
just
that-
how they label figure obscure now. Cramps, Gramps.
There you go, Larry. Glow in the dark shit.
The
Lawrence
Astral
was
Knight.
showing
Got 'em
off
right here.
his blue hag now.
Oh yeah.
Yep, Lawrence has them. Online.
Remember, go use my code at Hella Dope Toys.
Look
APWT.
at this shilling
Shilling like a villain.
Everything in stock or on
chilling like a villain,
and they ship
maxing like Michael
fast.
Jackson.
So
Or you can use my code for 11% off.
Oh. Is that dick move we had earlier that we were talking about,
Oh
Larry?
my
That's
God.
11% Canadian, so it's really only about 5%.
This
That's
is
crazy.
this is Tharnog, their brute scale orc shaman.
Oh, 4 horsemen. Yep.
Here's him standing next to a regular figure, so you can see his scaling is different. He's got about a good.
They had
inch and a
some.
half
I think.
on him.
I think they had some cool shirts at the 4
It's
horsemen
worth
table,
doing.
but I didn't go get one.
And then you've got their ogre scale, Desabolus.
Ogre.
So I got some
Ogre,
big
you asshole.
hands, and look at how big that guy is.
Giggity.
Damn.
I
That's
got
what
you.
she said.
Got to wrap both hands around him, right?
Mm,
Oh,
girthy boy, he's thick.
It's not
He's
the only
thick.
ogre scale I got.
damn.
I thought you were
That's
going to
one
whip
of
out your penis when you said that. Thank God.
I could whip out the peni.
You talking about his wiener?
Let me whip out my blue dragon over here. This is a Dragosaur.
My God, they got a lot. How many different characters do they have out?
Well over 100.
No shit. I need to get KJ to do a list about for these
So,
things. Jesus.
This is the headless
A checklist.
horseman retail exclusive with the scaphoid head.
Scaphoids.
Because he
That's one of the-
normally
that's one of the bone soldiers.
he's
Ah.
got here's the regular headless horseman, no head.
Okay.
I think
That's
it's
the one
just-
you and Larry love.
Yes.
Do
Actually,
they
I got
charge
the
extra for the no head?
I'm loving that Castle Grayskull in the back.
They always charge more for head.
Fuck. I had that shit.
Sun Wukong.
That was my
Oh,
first.
shit.
That was my
Another.
first, and I'm gonna say
That's
this.
dope.
You may not like me for this. I did not like that figure.
Man, I love that figure. He's
The
one of my
Noda. I
favorites.
like the Noda one.
Vorgus Vermilion 2, the blood
This
armor.
guy's been crazy with this.
That one looks cool.
Yeah.
3 hours later.
Well, they got the grizzly bear. Don't forget, they got a grizzly bear. It's gonna articulate now with as a mount.
That bear is coming to me next year. Already pre-ordered, paid off, done.
It looks fire.
They look good with AWOC too.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do.
They always Four Horsemen and the other like people like Ish and like some other people. They always put their stuff together. So like you can see like because I have an AWOC.
What's that one? What's that one, Jacob?
Tony, if you want to see some of the more of those skeleton ones.
Yeah. God dang.
Oh, he fell.
Pretty cool. This one's kind of like a night skeleton type one.
Look like something from that Gauntlet or whatever that game was.
Like a night too, but it's an elf, like an elf.
Oh,
that
ranger.
Yeah,
he's got that helmet that opens.
Oh, that's dope. Yeah, that's right up my alley. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. And I really like this.
Yeah, that's Mythic Legions. That one too.
That barbarian type is badass.
Barbarian. This was my first actual Mythic Legions figure.
There we
Sean
go.
hooked me up with that one.
Because
again,
skeletons, if you want to see them.
Yeah, that's Scaphoid and
Tibius.
Yes, Tibius.
Yeah, these I love these. These are both bad.
And Tibius is vicious too if you read his bio.
Yeah,
and then I've also got Malleus, which is a lot like Tibius, where he comes with like 2 giant axes. Oh man, now
tibia, fibula.
Yeah, well, there's a thing about the bone characters.
Yeah,
scaphoid, scapula. So this is their Greenhorn Century.
Damn,
freaking funny.
These guys can make like a kick-ass darkness from Legend.
They should.
Oh my god!
I've seen people customize one.
Yeah, hell yeah!
Hands down, one of my most favorite. Gods of Egypt.
Yeah, someone should come out with like the gods of Egyptian gods, Greek gods, Indian gods,
Almighty legends.
Wait, you mean something like this, Tony?
What's that?
Oh yeah,
oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Poseidon.
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 He was a cool.
What's going on?
Oh yeah.
Cool.
I'll use that for a freaking. Oh my god.
For $8. I mean.
Yeah, I'll use that for a darkness.
I was like $8. I picked him up.
Yeah. Look at Zazel checking in late.
So Northern Nomad saying, "Gee, Matthew, you're the only one in chat." Hey, the chat's been up and down on Punk's channel.
Northern now.
See, right? We've still got 40 people watching the show.
I don't know why they never did a Braveheart like toy line.
Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
No,
sounds like
that's the reason why.
Fix project.
Mel Gibson. That's the reason.
Yeah, he's the reason.
I 100% agree with Matthew right here. The mythic skeletons are amazing, and the ones that we're about to get by the end of this year are going to be even better.
I'm going to blow out of here because
tap out.
I'm barely awake right now.
I'm gonna jump out too because it's about 2:37 in the morning, and I got to get up and take care of a few things. So
yeah, I gotta. I'm gonna crack
hanging out with you guys.
About that time, I gotta. At least they pay me to sleep here.
Yeah, I know. I'll see you tomorrow for D&D.
Yeah.
All right, guys, take care.
Peace out,
have
guys.
fun with your Kamen Rider figure.
Feel free to send super chat. Feel free to send super chats. Oz will do spins or.
I only do spins for my own chats, my own.
No, hey, it technically it's still on your thing, so.
It's on your channel. I don't see that money.
But if I'm not here, it doesn't matter. You have to do them. Take care.
I 100% do not agree with what he just said. If you want to see me do a spin, you come on to my link.
That money goes to buy him mythics.
He doesn't buy that many mythics. But yeah. I've got my tip jar pinned in my chat. If you want to do a little super chat, I do have the tip jar pulled up over here, and I've refreshed so I can check and make sure and see if I got any. Not this week, but that's okay. Well, Matthew, if you want to jump in, we got plenty of room, brother. Gotta say, for coming back after a week of being missed, it's good to be back, and I'm glad everybody was here tonight. So,
Yeah, dude, trust me. Like next Saturday is gonna be weird because I will be at GalaxyCon. We ended up not getting full weekend tickets, so we ended up having to go Saturday from 3 till whenever the con finishes. So obviously, with the little ones, we want to take them swimming. So my teen, she wants to go swimming, and the little one definitely wants to go swimming. So we're like, oh, we'll go in the morning, we'll swim at the hotel, we'll relax, and then at 3 o'clock we'll get to the con when we can get our badge, and then do whatever we want. And I told my wife, I said, I'm playing D&D either Friday or Saturday night. Deal with it. It's 4 hours. I said, you can go back to the hotel if you want. I said, I need to roll some dice and be a halfling that's going to make everybody go crazy and win the tournament again. Because I won my tournament last time. And I'm determined to do it again.
There you go. There you go. Well, you know, we are going to be doing the 24-hour stream, so just pop on when you're available.
Oh yeah, I'll message you. I'll text you and let you know so that way we can get me on, because I don't. My reception's on the showroom floor, since it's like the Raleigh Convention Center. It's got like no reception. So like once I get down the steps, it's like it's crap. But once I'm back up like on the other floors, like, and I'm in the other hotel, the hotel that's doing the like D&D video games, I can get you guys over there. So I'll be able to do some stuff. So
jump in when you can on the phone, and we'll act like you're actually at SDCC and just really throw people off, because they'll be like, "Where's that at?"
Exactly, and they'll be like, "Hey man, it's Raleigh SuperCon," which I think this will be my last year attending. My wife and I said, I told her the only way we'll be going next year is that if we get Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield, or Tobey Maguire to show up. Marissa Tomei showed up this year. I said, if you get me one of the 3 Spider-Men, I will show up.
I'd go just for Marissa Tomei showing up. Just gonna put that out.
I'm really debating the $125 cost to get a picture with her.
Yeah,
I'm debating it. I want it. I need it for the wall of Spider-Man. Like, I need it. And my wife is like, that's $125. Do you really want to spend your budget on toys that you can get other stuff to do that? So I'm thinking.
Hey, Steve.
What's up, Steve?
How you doing? Double salute to all of you.
Appreciate it, brother. So I wanted to bring up K-Dog's comment here. He says he's here because of canceled plans. Life's gotten busy all of a sudden beyond work for a change. Well, isn't that nice? I'm glad to see I was your option B for the evening, K-Dog. Thanks a lot.
Shout out there.
Still love you, brother. Thank you for being here. And Eldor, see you're taking off for the night, brother.
Yeah.
Eldor, have a good one.
He's still leaving links in the chat on the way out. Good man.
Because he is incredible. He is on top of it. Where did Bud go? What happened to Bud? I don't remember Bud saying he was signing off.
No, it's his picture. There's Bud. He just doesn't have his picture up.
Oh. See, I thought that was Tony.
Yeah,
there
it threw me off too.
No,
you know why? Because I minimized. I had the chat up and I couldn't see his name. See, with all due love. See, that's I appreciate you, K-Dog. Thank you.
How polite.
Yeah. So, how does it work next week? It's going to start at 6 a.m. on Saturday Eastern time and go till 6 a.m.
Yeah, I have the. I know I shared it with Oz.
He shared it with me.
Yeah.
And like, I know Hyperdelic said he's going to be available from 11 a.m. to 4, so we can throw that on there. But nobody else has came back to me with any kind of definitive times, and that's all right. I mean, it does make it a little hard to, as far as like trying to make sure we're going to have enough seats. Basically, I want to keep the panel a maximum of 9 guests until late in the evening. And the reason that I say that is because I know that both Michael and Toy Sorceress have mentioned now, mind you, they are going to be busy while they are at STCC. But I said to them, like, if you guys are waiting in a long line for something, just pop in and tell us what's going on. It'll help.
And they'll
you
most likely be together. They'll most likely be together.
So I want to keep at least enough room for them to be able to jump in and jump out all day. I do know that Stu, the Universal toy collector, not to be confused with the Masterversal toy hunter, he has said that he will be here a little bit later in the evening. No definitive time. I mean, Clubhouse is always kind of casual anyway. So I know we'll have people jumping in and out. I think the hardest time slot's going to be able to fill is the 6 a.m. start time East Coasters. Because first off, that's 3 a.m. for our West Coast friends.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, I never go live at 6 a.m. Like,
well,
I'm always
I didn't
going
even put
live
that in
late
there.
at night.
That's why I said it for 8 a.m. I figured that way it's set up, get issues resolved. You know, I figured get it to 8 because people want their coffee. You know, it's still 5 a.m. for our West Coast friends. But, you know, I figured, hey, it was easy to get everybody, you know, kind of in line. And it kept everybody good.
You're needing people?
Oh yeah, we'll definitely need some people to fill in times earlier in the day. Now, for the reason, and again, I said this earlier tonight, I'll repeat it. The reason I say 6 a.m. is because I can stay up till like 3 a.m. and then still wake up at 6. So I pick 6 a.m. because I am normally up by 6 a.m. every day. And that works easiest for me because, as most of us know, even if we go off here in the next 2 hours, sometimes our conversations after we go off live continue for like another 2 to 3 hours. I know Cobb and I have been on talking until at
9
least
a.m.
like 4 or 5 in the morning here.
My first conversation with you, Jacob, and Thanos.
Oh, yeah.
We got
Dre was
off there.
with us
We were
one
talking
night.
until 9
We
a.m.
were. That's right. So like oh yeah.
I was there that night, and I
Yeah,
left
you were.
at like 2 a.m. my time. It was already 5 a.m. your time.
We
when
got
I
off. We dropped when we got done
And
with
you
the
kept
train,
going.
and we kept going.
We'll just keep talking. But you know,
So I
again,
woke up
that's
the next morning, and you were still talking. I should have jumped on the StreamYard
you,
and had
you
my
could
coffee
have.
going.
You could have.
You could have just joined us for a morning coffee. So like for me, it's easy to go from a 6 a.m. to a 6 a.m. But generally by 6 a.m. Sunday morning, I'm out. Because I've normally stayed up late, pretty damn late Friday, pretty damn late on Saturday. And truthfully, as I've gotten older, my ability to stay up for 72 hours straight just doesn't really work so well anymore.
So, Oz, the one thing that's gonna have to happen then is, are one of you or Ed always gonna have to be on to monitor the chat? Is that how it's gonna have to
100%.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So how's it gonna work? Is Ed gonna like choose his times, and whatever times he can't do, or whatever times he's on, you'll nap? Is that how it's
Ed
gonna
and
work?
Ed and I are going to discuss. I'm probably not going to take a nap, but I will need time to get off of here to go use the bathroom, to go eat, stuff like that. Because I'm not just going to sit here and eat on screen with everybody the whole time. I might snack or something.
come on, do it.
But I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I've eaten on here before, but never like a full
Again,
meal.
they'll be coming in for that hot tag.
Right.
Tag, yeah.
So,
I
I
love the wrestling terminology.
For me and Ed, we will tag out throughout the day. Skelly has also said that he wants to be involved that week too, which is great because he is also another partner on the channel. So if I need to take a break and Skelly's on, I could ask Skelly to run it for a certain amount of time.
If he's got the StreamYard, like whoever's sharing the StreamYard is really what you need on, right?
And I know Dave said he's going to try to jump in too, but he can't do it Saturday. He'll probably do it either Saturday night, like late like this, or Sunday. He'll do it on Sunday. That's what he was talking to me about.
We'll see. That's the funny part. I have had a couple of people say that they'll come on like when they usually do, which is great.
I could do early because my new work schedule, I'm up all night. Freaking like tonight, I'll be up till 6, 7 in the morning.
Perfect.
So
You'll be part of the morning crew.
It'll be next Saturday morning, 6 a.m. for you.
6 a.m. my time, which would be about 3 a.m. your time.
3 for me, so I'm up till like 6, 7. So that'd give me like 3-4 hours starting at 6. If he needs
And
wow.
Zazel, you're absolutely right. We're going to need some Aussies for the other side of the time zone. The invite is yours, brother. You are welcome to join us. Let me know when you want to jump on. We will get you that link. Okay.
We'll go watch Deadpool Friday night, and then afterward, just stay up late until then.
Well, see, that's the fun part because next weekend Deadpool does come out, and I told Connor I'd be taking him to go see it. So I'll have to be doing that on Sunday, and chances are I'll probably be getting him at some point. So
yeah, I think I'll just plan for Friday night to do it.
Yeah. And Zazel, you're absolutely right. Like, why don't we just, we could do like a pizza party. I could order a pizza delivery, kind of thing, have it show up, and then everybody else get pizza at a certain time, and we all enjoy pizza. But I want us to go over the early part of the day. We're going to definitely talk about a lot of what we have seen. Because again, by the time we're doing this stream on Saturday, 2 days of Comic-Con will have already transpired. It starts on the 25th. And I don't know how many things will be revealed later, because a lot of it gets revealed as soon as they open up, like the first 2 days, and you see everything. But then sometimes they do make announcements through panels throughout the weekend. So we're going to see what we have. Stanley, definitely. Always watch Brink. I should reach out to Brian Brink, see if he wants to come on. He might jump on. And I know earlier somebody was mentioning, or Stanley had mentioned Dole.
Okay, thank you.
And
yes,
I was going to say, like, you know what? Yeah, I haven't reached out to Dole in a while, so it'd be good to have him come on too if he's free. I mean, it's a 24-hour stream, so hopefully somebody can find the time to get on. But yeah, we're definitely looking.
Anything I can do to help Oz, because I don't have a video coming out next week. I'm actually taking the week off of doing a produced video. So with SDCC, it's the right week to take a week off anyway.
It is, because we got a lot of news that's coming out, right?
Yeah, like whatever, right? Like I can do history of whatever, but no one's gonna care because it's a big news week. So yeah.
Appreciate you, Zazel. Thank you. Steve, you are welcome to jump in too, brother.
Okay, sweet.
Again, you are always a welcome party to the clubhouse, no matter what you got going on. I know you were talking earlier about the Heinz landing gear.
Yeah, it's turning out to be a bit of I wouldn't say a nightmare, but it's tricky because, when the rear wheels come down, it's got two sheets of metal that cover it. One opens one way and the other opens the other way. And then it's got 3 struts that go down to it. So if we're going to have something that folds down, we can't have 3 struts. That'll never work. There can only be 2. But at the same time, if it comes down with 2, how do you lock it in so it's not popping back, etc.? So the one panel will be on the outside by the tire, and then the other one behind it has to fold up when it's in landed position. But when it's in, anyways, I won't. Sorry.
No, it's fine. You can always have a look at your HasLab Sky Striker, because this is the new development, right? Like you and I have not previously talked about this before tonight, but we can always look at how the HasLab Sky Striker comes in and out, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. It helps a bit, but not a ton, because we'll have two opposing panels.
Yes.
One that closes this way, one that closes that way.
Yeah.
So I mean, we can throw a spring in it for one, but not for the other. I don't think.
So it's limited. So it's limited up. Okay. That's why you're the designer. Right? So.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I go that far.
Throw something at the wall and see if that sticks. So anyway.
Yeah.
Stanley, you're asking about when will the 24-hour link be ready? I will be setting that up tomorrow. I've got the thumbnail ready for next week already. I have a post that is set specifically for Instagram posts, and everybody who's watching tonight, if you can share it tomorrow, post it. I'm going to be putting it in all different kinds of group chats. Spread the word. We're doing a 24-hour live stream for San Diego Comic-Con, and I have pretty much all the information on there, and then we'll post links to the actual stream, as well as, of course, I will send out the StreamYard link to all interested parties, and we're going to make it happen. It's going to be a fun time. It's going to be a full 24-hour clubhouse, and you guys know how these streams go. We're just going to be hanging out, talking all kinds of crazy shit all day, and mostly about SDCC news. I have a feeling we're going to be really, really pumped up and surprised. How's the HasLab Rattler going to go?
We'll see. Didn't Toy Habits post a rumor report that the 3rd tier might be the Strato Viper?
I believe that is what they said, which is
the Night Raven pilot.
Which again I find odd, because I think
that'd be odd.
Unless they're not, and I could see why they wouldn't do the Night Raven at a 1/12 scale. Because first off, like just the size of the 1/18 scale Night Raven is consuming.
Yeah.
You know, so trying to make a 1/12 scale Night Raven, I can only imagine would be a nightmare.
So which companies are all doing, like, when it's SDCC, does every company introduce new stuff? I know Hasbro is going to be like firing out some salvos.
The big guys really do, right?
Okay.
So we'll see big reveals from Mattel, and it's normally across all their brands too. And this is towards the toy side of it, because you also know SDCC is Comic-Con, so there's going to be movies, there's going to be comics and stuff involved. But
Jazzwares, McFarlane.
Jazzwares will do it. McFarlane will have new,
probably Super 7, probably NECA.
I don't know that Super 7's going to have anything new to show.
Okay, fair enough. That's true. They've just been revealing some new stuff recently.
Yeah, they got so much coming out, right?
Yeah, they've already revealed a lot of new stuff. They might have, I think things we'll see from like Super 7 and NECA will probably be more like finalized prototypes of products that we've already seen revealed. However, I will say NECA normally does, they'll start posting like product line posters, and they will have new figures you've never seen on it before, but they won't actually have them there. Like when they'll release like their Alien poster or their Predator posters where you can see everything that's come out in the line. Normally there will be one or two new figures that were never on there before that will be shown off. So yeah, we might see something like that from them. Typically, though, it's a big showing for Hasbro and also for Mattel. And then again, you'd get like, you know, McFarlane will show off new stuff, especially anybody who's got a comic related toy line. So that, you know, McFarlane having the DC licensing, hopefully he's going to show off some good, but McFarlane's always weird about that anyway. Most of the time when he's announcing something new, it's already on a shelf in a Target. And then he goes, oh yeah, by the way, we made this. And it's like, oh crap.
Yeah. And it's sold out, right?
Yeah.
Zazel's asking if we'll be at SDCC next year. I doubt it. I mean, I'd like to go with something big, you know, like the Hind. Hopefully the Hind is ready and we could do 2026 with, you know, wave 1, wave 2, the Hind, wave 1.5, stuff like that. But if we went in 2020, what's next year? 5?
Yeah,
it would just be like, you know, here's our leftovers plus Hailstorm plus, you know, it'd be all right, but I don't think people want us there, to be quite honest. Just not at this point.
I don't think it's matter so much.
I'm gonna probably hop off. It's lunchtime for me.
Jeez.
All right,
Jacob.
I'll probably be back. Hop back on. I'm sure you guys will be here for a little bit. Won't take you too long.
I don't think we're going too far. Yeah.
All right, later, man.
All right, catch up with you guys soon.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's like so much not wanting you there. It's really that brand recognition, right? Yeah. And you guys, first off, for your first year having product out to purchase, are gangbusters. I was just telling Ken earlier, the Ladies of Delta 17 video or live stream that we did 2 weeks ago is my most viewed video on my channel as far as the streams go.
Okay,
right?
wow.
So like people, and again, you got the Ladies of Delta 17 are what is displayed on that thumbnail. That was the whole title of it. So like you guys are getting recognized and people are looking for stuff about you guys. So
yeah, like what Zazel's saying here, probably expensive.
That's the hard part.
That's the hard part. I think by the time we actually get there, it probably costs us like between probably $4,000, and people would just like be, if you don't have the brand recognition going in, like everyone's in a rush to go see this because it's so big, right? So no one really has the time to like, hey, we're new, you know, come check us out. They don't really. That's just my guess. I don't think they'll have the time to just politely browse.
Have you thought about possibly doing Designer Con or something like maybe Toy Fair.
Oh, Toy Fair. Isn't that always New York?
That is New York.
A lot of that's just showing your wares, though, right? So we wouldn't have product to sell necessarily because brokering fees are always kind of.
That's a good point too. Yeah,
right?
That's really kind of
So
showing off your product.
But having said that, last year, Steve, I don't think we got hit with brokering fees anywhere near the same level.
That's a good idea. Oh yeah, no. Last year there were no brokering fees because I just shoved some samples into my suitcase, jumped on a plane, and they're just like, "What's this?" I don't know. It's toys. Oh, okay, cool. And that was it, right? And whereas now it's like we have actual product you have to get brokered.
So Designer Con or Toy Fair, I think, are just showing your wear. So it'd be like prototype for the Hind, things like that.
Oh, okay.
Right. So I think that's what it would be. Like I don't think there'd be a lot of purchasing, but then there's people who are gonna want to buy stuff. So I don't know that we do deals out of the back of the van or something.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's not even
the awesome store.
You wouldn't necessarily have to do deals out of the back of the van. You just, have a QR code with the link to the site. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, when they're there, they want stuff, in their hand. So are you not allowed to sell? Is that part of the thing, or?
No, because I've definitely seen people sell before, but that's mostly a convention like Designer Con. Like I know people have sold product on the floor, but it's definitely more
the focus
of
it. That's not the focus
right.
of it, though, right? Yeah.
Like vendors are coming through and looking at what you have, and then you might do something like a bulk order.
Okay.
Which isn't always a bad thing either, too, right? And then definitely at Toy Fair, that's like the reveals. It's so strange because with Toy Fair, it used to be in February. So like it was the early part of the year, and then it would go like, this is what we've got coming out for the year.
Right.
And now they've moved it. So it's like September. It's like at the very end of convention season. So it's no longer as much of this is what we have going on for the year. It's more now Toy Fair is now, mind you, this is where San Diego Comic-Con used to be the reveal for holiday season. Now, Toy Fair within September is this is what we've got coming out going into next year kind of thing. Like you might get some last minute reveals for holiday, but it doesn't do too good because it's very short notice.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of this is the idea for next year.
Yeah. I'd rather do some of these bigger shows when Wave 2 and the Hind and all that stuff is.
Well, PowerCon's a consideration for us. Definitely.
PowerCon for sure. Yeah. Something like that I'd be comfortable with just at Wave 1.5. That's fine.
Oh, yeah. No, PowerCon, I could definitely see being right up your alley, having experienced it last year.
Yeah.
Again, it used to be the He-Man and, it was the Power and Thunder convention, and then it's scaled back. It's no longer like it's still got a heavy He-Man presence, but it's not all about He-Man anymore.
Right.
The biggest buzz that was there for 2023, first off, was Four Horsemen, but that's because they pull wherever they go.
Yeah.
And then, Valiverse just happened to be there, but I don't think you're going to have to worry about that moving forward because Val didn't seem too happy about bringing him back. So good fill-in spot for a good military toy line. I want to say, and there's definitely a place for you guys there. Like you will sell product, you will get eyes on your product that maybe hadn't seen it before. But I mean, they had was it Premium DNA? They had a big table there. A lot of people were seeing what they had. Our good friends, Jason and Awok, their team was there, and they were doing really good. And again, you had a big presence with Super 7. Super 7 was there showing off a lot of stuff. NECA had stuff there. Like, again, it was very like indie toy focused. Okay. So like a lot of good people were there that not everybody heard about. The biggest problem you might have is just cleaning up all the crap McFarlane's giving away that people don't want, like Black Adam bust. They were giving away these Black Adam busts to like everybody. That and a My Hero Academia toy. Now, mind you, like I actually found out somebody who really kind of wanted that My Hero Academia. As a matter of fact, our good friend Matthew Rodriguez from Ideas for Mars and Armies of Ashmore, he was like, "Oh man, I was seeing that My Hero Academia, and a lot of people had it, and I think my kid would like that." And I was like, "Oh, is that so? Let me go back to the table because I know one of us got a free one that we're not planning on keeping, and so we got it and brought it over to him."
The dude's actually giving away free full-scale toys, eh? Like, wow.
McFarlane did that. I mean, let's face it, they do it because it's a tax write-off.
Okay.
Same like Hasbro did on Ghostbusters Day. They just gave tons of product to Dave and the Ghostbusters crew to give out because they knew it was like, oh, we have a bunch of merch that's just sitting. It's tax write-off. Take the money and run.
Yeah.
So, 100%, like they give a lot of that stuff away, and then they're able to write it all off, and that's really why they do it. Plus, it keeps them from storing a lot of that stuff. I mean, I don't know exactly where McFarlane's warehouses are, where they keep their product once it's shipped, to the continent. Again, because I think most of their stuff's still holding up in Canada, but I'm not 100% certain.
Oh, okay.
But it's like they're not like they're big, they're known, they're in stores, but I still don't see them having like giant warehouse space like Mattel or Hasbro. Like, I don't know of a McFarlane place like Hasbro. Like, you can go to them and they kind of got like their own little like store there. Like, you go to Mattel, right? Mattel has a store that you can purchase from.
Right.
It's normally limited quantity per person, but still, like, you can go there. I don't think McFarlane has something like that.
Oh, okay. Bizarre. I mean, what is his
really
star line? Like, what is McFarlane known for right now?
DC. Okay. It's definitely well outperforming even his own baby Spawn at the moment.
Well, yeah, I mean, Spawn, you'd expect it would have about a 10, maybe 15-year window at best, and then it has to die off. It's sort of like hard rock, like you watch someone like Judas Priest or whatever, they'll have a massive surge, through the 90s, and then they die off, and then about 15 years later, they're back, and people want them back. It's not that they ever went anywhere in between. There's a lot of these patterns that just take place. You do have to let things die down for a while before you bring them back, unless you're really continuing to keep it fresh through media and relevant, right? If you can't do that.
Yeah. If he gets another movie going, that's going to bring a lot of light back onto Spawn, right? Because Spawn as a comic and Image Comics really, really was big in the 90s. Then it kind of tapered off, but then they had the movie come out, and that got a lot more eyes back on the character again. So it kind of flared up a little bit, but then it falls back and kind of dies to like the niche people who are just McFarlane fans, who are Spawn fans.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always enjoyed Spawn, and I've enjoyed Todd's art style since Venom, like seeing that original concept art with him working on Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So Spawn can be a little bit of a niche thing, but it's one of those things that it will find its place again. It's like you said, he needs that extra supported media to help kind of flare it up, right?
Well, the problem with Spawn is I think that it is so much of a niche because it sort of exists in its own universe. It's not, if you were to look at, sort of like if you were to look at Marvel and then you focus in on Moon Knight too much, and that doesn't really turn out well, you can jump over to Iron Fist, you can jump over to whatever, you can pull them into a team, you can do all this stuff, right? DC, Marvel, there's these big families, whereas Spawn is sort of almost singular in some ways, right?
Very much so, yeah. And a big part of that was due to, like, again, Image Comics was like all these rock star artists and writers of the 80s going into the 90s that wanted to break free from the rest of the comic industry and go their own way. And it worked really great for them, but it also died them out really quick because they didn't know quite about as much of the business as they thought they did.
Well, they overproduced.
Overproduced.
Went way too hard with too many teams, not enough recognizable characters. They put out a new team of superheroes, like, well, probably like 5 new teams every month for the first while that they were out, right? You know, whether it was Gen 13 or whatever it was, it's just like boom, boom, boom. You know, new teams, Wetworks, everything. It was just everywhere, all at the same time. They all sort of resembled the X-Men to some extent, and if not, then the Avengers. You know, you had your big guy, you had your flame guy, you had your water guy, and it was just too much too fast. If they would have stuck to a couple of families of characters and really built those, they would have made something that could have stood the test of time. Excuse me.
Right. I agree. Like, you know, and it didn't help that 90% of his characters were just rip-offs of characters we already had from existing universes that we cared about. Yeah. And when I say that, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because everything draws inspiration from something else. But, you know, it's just one of these things where, you know, you went and you saw a Troll from, like you were saying, like, is that was Wetworks or was it Podcast? Can't remember which one of the teams Troll was on. You're like looking at him and it's like, well, that's Wolverine.
Yeah.
But then he doesn't have Wolverine's powers, right?
Yeah.
Because they gave that to Warblade, right? Or like, you know, he kind of had those powers, but like a completely different look. And it was just like, oh man, like, you know, this really kind of confuses what you're known to. But then again, it was still like its own thing. I liked a lot of the art style and everything that they were going for. I really did enjoy a lot of that. But you're right, like, it was a whole bunch of new properties dumped on you at once in a collected universe, as it were. Whereas if they kind of went with like 1, 2, or 3 titles to maybe start with.
Yep.
Well, are you talking about Image when they first started?
Yeah, Image.
Yeah.
So when you had, because the Image had what? You had
like 13 titles to come out the
gate.
gate.
Wildcats. You had Cyberforce.
Wetworks,
you had
Prophet.
Wetworks,
Gen
Prophet,
13.
Gen 13, Witchblade.
Yep.
And Witchblade, then the Darkness.
Oh, yeah.
Well, wait, those weren't Image. Those were Top Cow.
Top Cow was still Image, though. Top Cow was an Image.
Was it?
Yes, it was. So Top Cow was a subsidiary of Image, because it was Silvestri. Mark Silvestri was still like doing stuff, because now they just re-released the first issue of Witchblade again under the Image banner, which technically is actually a subsidiary of DC Comics.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I actually found that out, what was it, a few months ago, because I was like, man, I loved all those comics. And then I know Wildcats made a comeback because Grifter and Zealot made their way into the DC universe.
DC.
Because we saw them in the Battle of Justice League War, where they had the war in Atlantis, and in Flashpoint Paradox, they showed them again. So Grifter and like Team 7 started making their kind of way into that universe. And then you had like Spawn kind of do his own thing and kind of has kept the Image banner and has stayed Image only. And then Witchblade has kind of waned and waxed and waned over the years to now where like she's getting a comeback. And then I know people have talked about doing Cyberforce and Wetworks because Liefeld's characters are supposed to be being remade now in those new 1/12 scale figure line that's coming out later this year. That looks absolutely terrible.
What I want to know is when we're going to get a return to Fathom.
Honestly, I would love Fathom. I would love them to do Fathom.
Well,
again,
they haven't really touched it since Michael Turner died. Is that correct, or have they?
Fathom?
Silvestri's talked about touching it, but
okay. Well, it was Michael Turner's.
Yeah, it was
pet,
Turner's.
Right?
It was Turner's pet, but
and then he passed away like 10 years ago or something like that.
Yeah, and then like Silvestri's been putting his hands in things. I've been hearing a lot about him wanting to, but Todd has been made fun of by like Liefeld and so many other people because of Todd's just, get my figures, buy my toys.
Well, I mean, that's because when the comics folded for him, right? Because, I mean, let's face it, Image really started to kind of fall apart and didn't hold up well. Not as well as everybody thought. Mind you, as a collaborative idea, It was great. It definitely made the bigger companies rethink about how they were doing things. But it didn't work quite as well as they'd hoped. And so, like, again, Spawn was like really the workhorse that did carry it for a while. But the toys, right? His toys never really waned. And he was getting licenses for a lot of different things. Like, again, he had Rockstar sculptors working for him. Again, I will always shout out the Four Horsemen. Before they were the Four Horsemen, they got their start working for McFarlane. Now, mind you, his direction for the most part was, they're toys, but they were basically more like PVC statues because they didn't always have a lot of articulation, especially things like the movie Maniacs or even his sports line that he was doing.
Where he was like kind of like
sports picks,
it was like kind of like the remake of a starting lineup, and then he did then he did what
basically
was it?
No articulation.
Yeah, then he did the carnival, the wicked like that warped carnival, and everybody was surprised about that. So like he's done a lot of those.
What's up, Zazel?
What's up? His number was 7 inches, maybe 6, but it was always like a PVC with limited 5 points, maybe if you were lucky.
Yeah, and that was kind of like his thing, and that's why we all joke on him now that even to this day, some of his toys do not have the best articulation. Mind you, most of his DC stuff is really good. Aside from a wonky sculpt and about 50 million Batmen,
exactly.
He's really got some decent stuff. Like sculpting wise is still pretty decent, and some of the stuff's got pretty good articulation too. So we'll definitely see what hopefully he will start bringing to the table a little bit more. But it would be nice to see more of the Image properties get some love again because there were a lot of fun stuff in there.
Well, Liefeld, that's what I was saying. Liefeld's characters are being brought back to life, and he's getting there's 3 in the line already, and then it's supposed to be those 3.
They are super expensive though.
Oh yeah, they're like $100 almost a figure, and that's why people were like, "You're batshit crazy," because if you're starting a line with a company that's relatively unknown, and it's not like where they did the Lady Death figure, which really looks good. Then they did the Red Sonja, which looks good, and Purgatory. For obvious reasons, I don't put those figures in my house because I have 2 little girls. I don't want them to have big booby, figures in my house. Not like I don't want them, but that's out of respect to some of them and my wife. But I seen them and I'm like, man, those look awesome. Then I saw that same company started doing La Muerte. They're doing a lot of other kind of different spin-off characters that are not comic book related. They're just characters that they're doing their own touch on. And then they took Liefeld's characters. And I'm like, y'all are crazy because these characters are not known and you're charging $3 for us to get a figure. Yeah, it may have all these they boast I think 20, 24, 36 points of articulation, tons of accessories. It's that's cool, but I can get a classified for $25 that has same articulation and comes with dope accessories and are interchangeable.
For sure.
A boutique toy, it's not.
When it comes to Image, I'm looking through the previous catalog right now. All that I see that are big names that they're putting out is Spawn and Invincible, maybe Void Rivals. I think that G.I. Joe is a subsidiary press off of Image. They're being put out by
IDW.
Is that IDW?
Yeah, IDW owned
IDW was on its own though. It had nothing.
Yeah,
to do with
IDW.
Image,
Yeah, but
right?
IDW is IDW and Boom are really struggling right now because
they lost everything, right?
Because
Skybound took everything.
Skybound took everything, and then when they took everything, then you have to look at Hasbro pulled Power Rangers.
I was gonna say Boom can't even do Power Rangers anymore, and that was one of their big saving graces.
Yeah,
was doing all those Power Rangers.
No one can get the Power Rangers.
Playmates has it right now. Yeah, Playmates
for the toys.
Well, Boom right now is surviving off of Disney stuff. They're doing Darkwing Duck and different things like that.
Not even that, because look at what was it? Dynamite just started doing Lilo and Stitch. They
Oh.
and my wife loves Stitch, so I've been getting her those.
Oh
They
yeah, I
did
got tons of
Hercules.
Stitch stuff here. Yeah.
Yeah, they did Hercules. They did. They're just doing Maleficent, the second series. So there's a lot of stuff that they're pulling. And I mean, I'm a diehard comic book reader, active comic book reader. I don't know if you are,
Yeah.
Delta,
Oh
but
yeah, big time.
so yeah, so like a lot of the stuff I've been seeing, and I talked to the owner of my shop, and he always tells me, he's like, these are the hot things, these are not right now. And I kind of knew walking into waiting for SDCC. Yep, Rook, that whole series is fire. They need toys for this.
This is wild.
It is the best shared universe. Geiger was the best start to that because I love that whole series, and they need to do more action figures for that. I am sorry that I'm so excited, but that line is freaking awesome.
It's crazy. It's so good.
Who here said they are a Stitch fan?
I am. My wife is. My wife actually. I can't even tell you. I'll just grab the pop right here because she has I think I've gotten her every pop. I have the Revoltech coming in for her.
Oh, you got that the Revoltech.
Nice.
That's the metal one, right?
Yeah, I got the metal Revoltech one, and then I got her. What was it? Something the Super 7 when I was looking at my comic shop, but I was like, the Revoltech one's just better. So
you're talking about there's the Carbotix Stitch by Blitzway. That's the one that I really want to get. That's the metal one that looks almost robotic.
Blitzway stuff is so pricey though. You see their
Now,
it's like $250.
So, who here does?
Anyway.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, we're done.
I was just going to say, does anybody actually collect a lot of Revoltech stuff? Because there's been some Alien and Predator stuff that I've eyed up of them, but
they were still around. I'm sorry.
It's not.
I do.
I wish I could. I wish I could.
It doesn't scale with NECA, which is
Okay.
like what the bulk of my Alien and Predator collection is.
So here's my suggestion with Revoltech, and I say this very honestly as an anime fan and as a toy collector. They are great 6.5-inch tall figures. Very cool for what you could do because they down to like even pulling the eyes out and changing eye designs on like a Deadpool and even doing different guns. The problem is how they pose. I have All Might from Revoltech, and I can't pose him for shit because if you try to like move him and like I'm just trying to do the pose on the box where he's like pulling his fist back and he's ready to do Detroit Smash.
Yeah.
And I can't pose him because he'll fall over. So it's the way they did like Deadpool the same way. Like everybody gets these ones where he's like doing the guns. Now, mind you, sadly, they were doing the My Hero line. So Revoltech just did like Eraserhead. So I got him because he's not like awkwardly scaled. He's actually like slim and normal looking. But SH Figure Arts has picked up My Hero, so I'll be getting those now from going forward. But if you're looking at like the Yamaguchi Revoltech, like the newer stuff that they're doing, like Catwoman, they did from Hush. If you don't want to get a Mafex and spend $120 for a Mafex, you can spend $100 and get a Revoltech. It looks more anime style than the Mafex looks more realistic.
Yeah.
So it's all based on preference and honestly your wallet. Like a lot of people, like I collect those high end. So for me, my wallet gets sad, but I know I'm getting the best damn version of that figure. Like Captain America, the stealth suit Mafex, probably I think that right now is probably going to be number 3 ranking for figure of the year.
Wow.
You know, like it's that damn good a figure.
That's a good question by K-Dog.
I was going to say, let's do a round table on this and let's all say who we think. So the question is there a company on the precipice of Hasbro and Mattel in terms of being considered a major player, or are we at the moment just a bunch of little fish with 2 sharks in one pond?
Can we preface this though? NECA should already be listed as there because NECA is a big dog, is a player. Be real, NECA is the big dog player.
That size?
I mean,
I think yes,
NECA
they have
is
licenses.
just
They have
yeah, but they're only for collectors though, right? Whereas Hasbro and Mattel, they go all
right.
over the
They're
place.
not. We're not talking just the adult collector, even though again it has been released that we are now apparently the majority. We finally kicked toddlers' asses somehow, but yeah, we're talking in the grand scale of things. Do we think there's any other toy company out there that is really on that? And truthfully,
no.
I don't think so, because pretty much everybody else that's in the toy game is kind of selling more towards the adult collector.
Yep.
Unless we're talking like, again, it's like Mattel and Hasbro cater to the all ages, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got NECA, Super 7, guys like that cater to the adult collector, and there's that adult collector market.
Right.
But then you've got other guys that are, again, also kind of independent, but they cater to the kids. Like, what is that? Like, a lot of the stuff for like toddlers, like there's a Melissa and Greg kind of toy line that I see a lot of those of. There's the Ryan's toys. I mean, let's face it, I'm not rushing out there and buying Ryan's toys for me. But when Connor was younger, he used to love that stuff.
Peanut, where's your Spider-Man?
You know what? I think I've got it. I'm going to
Yeah.
switch it up back to my phone again and pop outside, but I'm going to come back.
Over here, baby. Over here.
Sure. All right.
Guys, go ahead and discuss this a little bit without me, and then I'll
find me your
go back
Spider-Man,
in.
baby.
That's fine. I'll hold the fort down for a minute while you change over. Bud or Zazel, you're both really quiet. Thought I'm gonna hear from you about this question.
Well, I think I'm on my phone, so if my audio's not that good, let me know.
Good.
I think
great.
I think that it's actually irrelevant now whether or not there are any toy companies at the level of Hasbro and Mattel, only because I think Hasbro and Mattel are on a downward spiral, mainly because they're no longer the two cats in the game, right? We've got we've got Delta 17 right here on the panel, which goes to show that there are a lot of great smaller companies coming up that now brand loyalty is no longer a necessity. You can go outside and go to these, and I'm going to use the term boutique, and I mean that with all due respect, these boutique toy companies that are coming up and making specific products for a specific market. Now we don't have to worry about Mattel, and I think Hasbro to a greater extent, price gouging upwards because they know that it's an adult's pay that's paying for this stuff. These aren't toys for kids anymore. Let's not beat around the bush. They're not selling Marvel Legends at here in Australia 50, 60, 70, 80 bucks and higher. They're not selling it for that price because kids are buying it. No parent in their right mind is going to buy a $60 or $70 Marvel figure for their kid.
Yeah.
Is that what they're actually priced at?
Yeah,
over
it's
there?
so bad. It is so bad.
Well, the exchange rate's really bad. Like, you think we have it bad here, Steve? They pay even more import fees, right? So, like,
That's
to your
insane.
point, it's like, here's Hasbro, but remember the good old days when you could just buy this thing?
Yeah, right.
So we used to have a lot more toy companies in the game, and then they start buying each other out and canceling each other out.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden it's like, well, it doesn't matter anymore what their product is like, because they were literally the only two things: you buy it or you get nothing.
Yeah,
And I think it's going now.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you finished. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all good. I was just going to say, I guess to put a pin in what I'm saying is I think now those companies are only trying to improve because they are off the back of smaller companies coming up and going, this is catered to you at a price point that is reasonable. You don't have to spend your money over here for He-Man or G.I. Joe when you can have a toy specifically catered to you with that same sensibilities. And I think that's why it's sort of even dangerous to be in the top, right? You want to be somewhere that you're comfortably selling product to your fan base and new buyers without any of that heat.
Yeah. I think that War Chest hit the nail on the head here. Lego. We didn't talk about Lego. I would say they're the big number 3 for sure.
Watch, I think they're even number 1. because they're
Yeah,
they're
they
just
could
not
be. Yeah.
they're not action figure esque. So
Yeah.
I think the way
Right.
it works, right, is that Lego is always at the top, but they sell a very specific thing, right?
Mhm.
And then you got Hasbro and Mattel as like the two action figure giants, right? I think about 4 years ago, Brian Flynn had said that like you've got Spin Master, who's kind of there in like the lower billions. Funko,
Yep.
before they went bankrupt, because this was a few years ago, was in the high hundreds of million. Then you've got a big drop before McFarlane, and then everybody else, right? But
Right.
whereas I
Yeah.
think in recent years, I think that Jazzwares has really surged up. Like I've started to hear people
Yep.
say that Jeremy Padower runs the number 4 toy company in the world now. So if he's at number 4, I'm assuming they're counting Lego at 1, unless they're not counting it because it's an action figure, and then it goes Hasbro and Mattel, and then you've probably got
Sunny.
Hey, Sonny. So then I think you've got Jazzwares after that. So I'm not sure where Spin Master falls into that, but I think things have changed because Jazzwares has a lot of licenses now, right? They have AEW, they have Halo, right? So are
They
we back
do.
to the good old days?
Lego actually does a Jada sell in stores?
I was going to bring up Jada when it came back around to me real quick, bud. So we are definitely going to bring up Jada here in a minute.
Oh, okay.
But Lego is actually a prime example for the adult collector pricing. I mean, they started that when, I mean, they weren't particularly cheap at the beginning anyway, but then when they picked up the licenses like Star Wars,
right,
the prices hiked. And at 2015, it even started more and more that their quality decreased while their prices were still increasing.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
There is a German YouTuber called Held der Steine, which means hero of bricks, and he often reviews Lego sets, especially because he has a store for interlocking bricks. He sells, I mean, there's so many companies like Kobe, Kada, and Funhole, and he reviews all those sets. And basically, there's one part of sets which actually is pretty good and fairly priced. Then you have sets which are good but way overpriced. Then you have pieces which are overpriced, not even good. Playmobil tried the same shit. Back in 2017, they sold the Ghostbusters Actor 1 at release for 40 euros, about $45 or something, but let's keep it at euros, so 40 euros. A year later, 2018, they upped the suggested retail price to 50 euros, so 25% increase. Usually what you would think, okay, maybe increase it by 5 euros. That's still a 12.5% increase, but now about 10%. Still, they were considered pretty good value. You would get something for your money. When you think of the Playmobil Firehouse that started in Europe for 80 euros for a whole playset with figures, with lots of accessories, blah. And then everyone in 2021. In 2021, when everyone thought, okay, the Enterprise is now announced, what will it cost? Everyone thought like between 250 and 300 euros, which would be in line, which would have been in line with their big castle. They had a big castle around 180 euros, but no, 500, and no one would buy it. They recently sold the last of their stuff for 220 euros. The last of their USS Enterprise. Because and the 18 man actually that was released for 80 euros. When you think of like Actor 1 and the DeLorean back in 2020 at the cost of 50 euros, and then a year later you had the 18 man, which basically was the chassis of the 18 man was used twice already. One for the Mystery Machine for Scooby-Doo, and before that for the Adventure Van. So that was just a reused part, just repainted, and they wanted 80 euros for that. They now
which company is this? Sorry,
Playmobil.
Playmobil.
They
Okay.
now reverted back a little with the Magnum Ferrari. They wanted 70 euros, which still is overpriced. Usually, you just wait about 4 months, maybe 6, and you get it for half price. Like I got all the stuff like the 18 van or the Knight Rider stuff. I got it for half price.
Yeah, I want to get some of those Volkswagens that they did.
And they have really, they're in trouble. It's the first year in the history. I mean, the company is now 50 years old. They started in 74. It's the first year where they're operating at a minus. So they made less money because they sell it to the big retailers and stuff, but the small retailers, they get less and less interest because they can't sell it for the suggested retail price, way too high.
Oh yeah, Playmobil is way too expensive. I mean, and for no good reason. There's really not that much there.
But I must say, most of the time, these adult collector stuff prices are way too high anyway.
Yeah.
And especially when you make family-oriented toys, interlocking bricks, or like Playmobil, this playset focused or centric stuff, you can't do the same thing as these prestige stuff, the prestige houses like whatever Hasbro, but even they should not aim for that technically. But that's when you are a public corporation, basically. You have to answer your shareholders more than your customers.
And that's what Hasbro's going through now. Hasbro's dealing with all that fallout from all the stuff that they've been cutting from their video games. They're trying to monetize stuff like Dungeons and Dragons. But, you know, all that put aside, when I just Googled, I said, let me just Google top 10 action figure companies. They listed 9. They didn't list 10. And Hot Toys was number 1.
Huh?
Hot Toys number 1. Now, I'm not going to lie. I own 7. I've sold off a lot of my collection that I didn't want to get those 7. But Hot Toys has the most licenses. They are segregated into a different. They have their subsidiary companies of the Sideshow Collectibles. They also like they distribute too. They also are distributing artwork. But you got to realize that their toys may be premium, but they know their fans, and they will if they release a toy like Ghost Rider. I'm going to use Ghost Rider because they released the Sideshow version was terrible, and there's been talks about them re-releasing it as a hot toy. If they do, people will get it because they know the Sideshow version wasn't good. They know there's flaws. You may wait 3-4 years to get one, but you're getting a quality figure. Now, granted, that does tailor to a niche market of adults. You're not getting a 15-year-old collector that dropped $500 or less on a hot toy.
I'm kind of glad you bring that up because it rolls right into what TJ is saying here. TJ says they have finally realized that adults have the disposable income.
Yeah.
So what is your definition of adult there, TJ? Because I got to tell you, I don't know any child that goes into the toy section. And when I say child, I'm going to say the majority of kids under the age of 13 are not paying for their own toys.
Yeah, not only that, but I wouldn't argue that every adult has the money. I mean, family people, like people with like a typical average income and having 2 kids or something.
I have 3. And
I've got 3. One. I've got one.
And I'm gonna tell you, just for me, I'll be honest with you. When you were saying this question, like, what do I think? I look at places like Moose Toys, and I had to Google it because I couldn't figure out what they were. And if anybody has a toddler or anybody under the age of 6 in their house, you should know Moose Toys because they make Bluey. They do Peppa Pig. They do a lot of the brands that are geared towards kids that are like Octonauts and stuff like that. What my daughter loves. Now, granted,
Octonauts,
you know,
still around.
Oh yeah, they're still around. They're still around.
Wow.
Octonauts is around. Freaking Paw Patrol.
Paw
Patrol's still big.
Peppa Pig.
Imaginext, but that again, that's a subsidiary of Mattel with the Imaginext and Fisher Price.
So just think about that. Like for when I go to the toy store, I rarely go down the toy section as a dad. I don't find it interesting. Like I also know what I collect is high end. My stuff is not in stores. Very rarely does like a Marvel Legend like the Wolverine and the Superior that I was looking for. But like if I want an SH Figuarts, which is Bandai, which is also in the top 10, Bandai was like number 5 on that list.
Well, Bandai again is comments earlier are all about global. Bandai is a 100% global distributor. You know,
SH
Bandai mostly known in the US for anime collector stuff. They had the Power Rangers license forever. Gunpla is Bandai.
That's their money here in the U.S. is Gunpla.
Mhm.
Second
That's a
is
market
their.
I don't. That market I have no idea how that one ranks compared to Hasbro.
Didn't they also? Didn't they
Did you
also
say
sell?
Gundam or what did you say?
No, I said Gunpla. I
Oh,
said Gunpla, which is
I
the
think
the
Gunpla.
Gundam
I
building.
think Gunpla's the actual hobby of actually
Yes,
building the models.
the
And
Gundam models, the Gundam
Gundam
model
is the
kits.
brand.
So
Gundam
think
is
about
the
it this
brand.
way: the Gundam model kits, the Gundam figure lines, the those are released here in the U.S. Then you have the I'm not gonna say cheap, but the $10 figures of Dragon Ball Z and
Right.
Bleach, and then you have the anime
PVC.
heroes. Then you have the anime heroes
you have
line, which
the
is
super
$20.
deformed Gundams. Yeah.
Then you have $20, the $20 figures. Then if you go up and still here in the U.S., you then have SH Figure Arts Best Selection. Then you have
So-
SH Figure Arts.
Plus, they're selling tabletop games, Bandai.
Yes, they are.
Then Bandai Namco also they're into video games, at least as a publisher. They're
So
selling
yeah,
video games.
Hasbro. If I were to say anybody on a global scale can meet Hasbro at that level where they're playing in the same sandbox, Bandai, because they have Kamen Rider video games, mobile games, tabletop,
They've been around forever, right? They've been around
cosplay.
forever and ever. But their market is mostly in Asia market, right?
Now they're creeping here
know
to the US.
here-
They're
I
creeping
know
here.
here. I know here. Gundam itself has had a big
25 years of anime, Ken. I'm gonna say 25 years of anime being here. It's a market here. It's been a market.
I'm just trying not to get that Crunchyroll. What do you call it? Subscription, because then I'm gonna be stuck watching Robotech and all that.
No, they don't have that on Crunchyroll. You can get that. Anyway.
Look, I've already sent you. I can send you a link, Ken, that can get you all that stuff for free.
Oh, that's right. You did say that.
I got you that. I got you that. If you want to watch that stuff, but you don't want to pay for Crunchyroll, I got you.
I know.
You know, I'm not going to broadcast a lot.
So that's my take on it. I would say if any company could compete on the equal level playing field of where they have a dip in everything, and they're even in theme parks. They have merchandise for T-shirts. With a company called Cospa.
Yep.
I mean, this is me knowing the market because I'm a weeb. I've dabbled in that. So when you see that they have their hands in so many pots, if Hasbro had their hands in clothes, I would say they would almost be the exact same company, just US based versus Asia based.
Right. Now, the one thing that companies like Lego, companies like Hasbro, companies like Mattel, individual IPs, right? Everything that Bandai is putting out is not an individually owned IP.
Right. It's all subsidiaries, right?
That's true.
They get licensing to produce toys for companies that don't have toy manufacturing capabilities. So Hasbro has individualized IPs that only they can make. Mattel has individualized IPs that only they can make. Lego, it's not so much. They do have like their individual IPs like Lego City, but it's really just here are generic, and I use that term, like train sets that are Lego because it's their building system.
Even Duplo, which is their kids stuff, is still branded under something because Duplo has its Duplo brand, but Duplo does Spider-Man. Duplo does like the Marvel and like stuff like
they've got their licensing. Cotter has Duplo Jurassic Park toys, and they get licensing for other stuff, but they also have their own. Like this is the Lego City Builders. This is the Lego Friends or the Lego Fantasy sets. Or for a while back, they were trying to they were getting a Thundercats IP, and then they turned that into Legends of Chima, I believe it was.
Yeah,
that's
their
right.
Ninjago. Like, because they've got their own individual IPs. So that's like that kind of puts them at a realm of above some of these other guys. And Hot Toy and Sideshow Collectibles, again, they get licensing to do other people's products. I do not know of an individual IP.
That Curse series that they did. With
You're right.
That's their own. That's their own IP.
Technically, Bandai has some IPs which they could exploit for action figures. For example, they could do Tekken action figures because Bandai Namco is responsible for the games, as well as for example, Tekken, as well as Soul
SH Figure Arts, they just made those.
They could do. They also, I think they hold a license for Dragon Ball Z.
So they're gonna be holding that license forever, even though he's passed away. They keep putting stuff out. They'll keep doing it.
So they have some options when it comes to they have some IPs for action figures theoretically. I mean, there are some Tekken fans out there, although I think the last Tekken figures were made by Storm or something.
I like how you say Tekken the right way. That's how my cousin says it. Tekken.
Yeah.
You know, everyone here calls it Tekken, but it drives people crazy over.
Yes. What drives me crazy is why is everyone, like when you look at Street Fighter, often people say Ryu, but it's actually Ryu or Ryu.
That's how
See,
I
and
say
that's
it.
how I
Ryu
pronounced it was Ryu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But I think in the cartoon it's Ryu. So
yeah, no,
K-Dog.
Ryu, or sometimes even some Japanese say you. You only hear you. Means dragon.
So
It's a
K-Dog
cartoon
had
dragon.
brought this point up, and it ties in with what TJ is saying. Are middle-aged adults now buying toys and statues instead of cars and boats? Have we changed that much? And yeah, it's definitely a sign of the times. Our parents, right? Toys weren't made like what we have, right? The modern era of toys that we like started in like the late 70s. And if you think of what most young adults, and when I say young adults, I mean 20-year-olds at that time, might have been more heavily into cars or something of that nature. So when they hit their midlife crisis, there was that car they always wanted in their 20s that they were fascinated about, that they went back and now they were able to afford and get that dream car. Whereas for us, we spend a lot of time looking back at, okay, maybe some toys that it's one of the reasons why nostalgia is so big. Our midlife crisis right now is literally, at least for people in, I would say, this community, toys, movie props, and media. And when I say media, I mean things like comics and things like that. Like
also video games, I would say. I mean,
video games are we have some of that video game, but I guarantee you in the next 15 to 20 years,
our kids,
we're going to see an even bigger presence of that, because again, the younger generation from us, like we were the tip of the iceberg with the video games, right? Because it was just starting to become popular in the home and arcade, but like the ones that are 10 to 15 years behind us, that was much more relevant, and why we don't see a lot of kids today necessarily playing with toys as much in what we think of is because that got substituted out by things like Nintendo and Xbox and everything else, which, mind you, I'm a gamer too. It's not like I'm knocking that or down that in any fashion. I do enjoy video games. I still play Minecraft, which is, again, thought to be a more relatively newer thing. But I like Minecraft because it's like playing with Lego and not having to worry about stepping on something in the middle of the night barefoot. I think it's great.
I think a good point to make also is sorry to interrupt, but I think another good point to make is that we're from the generation where they literally attacked our minds with advertisements, right? There is no way that didn't have a long-lasting effect. We have been programmed to not only love it as when we were kids, but we have been programmed to continue to love it and continue to have that mentality of this is what I love, this is why I love it, I've got to collect it, got to have them all. And that includes action figures, comic books, all of those things that were targeted directly to our growing minds. And because it was hit in that growing, in those formative growing years, I think it definitely changed something with our generation that has made nostalgia such a big hit. And I kind of disagree that the kids of today will have any nostalgia to anything, because they have the internet and they have the ability to look up anything whenever they want and do whatever they want online, where we had what we had and that was it.
But I wouldn't say that, because you have some people out there, quite a few, which are collecting, for example, retro console. So they're looking specifically for old consoles from whatever.
It's true.
The second, even first generation. Like also when you look at the prices for some modules for the cartridges, or
right. But is that our generation though, Sonny, that's doing that? Because that just leans into that collecting mentality that has been installed onto us.
You even have younger people, even
I would say, yeah.
Gen Y or Gen Z who are looking into retro
consoles.
consoles.
That retro console thing, like, and Sonny's hitting it right on the head. Retro consoles, it's like you're seeing more 25 somethings want to go back because they were like, oh, my uncle or my brother played Super Nintendo and I want to play it because I played GameCube, and I missed out on that, or I played Wii and I saw this and I wanted to see it. So a lot of the younger, what we say younger, being 46, the younger generation craves that, where we would crave something like, give me ColecoVision, let me get those little desktop arcades, those are awesome.
Even Sega Dreamcast. I mean, the Sega Dreamcast is still alive, if you will, and it has a big fan community. Even though
it was so short-lived. I had
Sega one of the best consoles next to Sega Saturn.
I loved it.
And even though Sega ended the life cycle in 2001 already, they even made games in 2012. I think even up till this day, there are some people who create games for that very console. And there are people from Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z who are fascinated by this thing because it was.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, but
there's a difference between retro collecting and nostalgia collecting, though.
Yes, I agree with that too. There is a definitive line you have to look at. Like, nostalgia collectors are us. Retro collectors are the younger generation, because you can appreciate what it was, but you didn't like. I remember setting up my Nintendo in the living room in 1984. I remember having a Power Glove. I remember getting a Super Nintendo from KB Toy Store here in the US.
Yeah, I mean that's depending on how much money you want to spend. For example, I was big into Neo Geo from SNK. I had an AES and MVS system at the time, and I had to sell it at some point. But now I thought of recollecting the stuff, but not PlayStation, for example, or Steam. They are releasing more and more games out of that time, even my favorites. So I say, okay, those are good enough emulations. They run fine, especially now, since those consoles nowadays are capable. When you think of the Neo Geo CD, was just bad because it didn't have that technology at that time, and to replicate what a console with cartridges can do.
So if I can interject here, as somebody who formerly worked in the video game industry for a decade. All right, so back in our 20s, we had these guys that were called hipsters, right? That they were into something before it was cool, right? So that generation, like, you're getting a lot of that now, where kids are getting into, and I say kids, and again, these are young adults, they're getting into that older stuff because, oh yeah, I'm so cool because I have this thing that was never around or was extinct by the time I was of age to buy stuff, right? And you will get a lot of that along with the popularities from people like us too, because they pick up a lot of stuff from us too. So when the NES Classic hit, or the SNES Classic, or the Sega Genesis Classic that hit a couple years back, where it was that mini version console that you hooked up to your TV, right? Those things were impossible to find, selling like hotcakes. And those are from our generation, the earlier video gamers, the people who pioneered or led to the talents of that, right? And again, you've got like those, and I'm just going to use that term hipster because we all know what that means. Like, somebody liked something before it was cool kind of thing. Or, it was kind of a nostalgia thing that built into where we're at. But you've got people that literally look for that kind of stuff because it gives them a more mature image in a way.
Yeah.
With regards to all the nostalgia, though, like, where does something, maybe this is a little bit different. Like, a lot of us didn't grow up in the silver age of comics, but we want the first appearance of blah or key issue of this, that, or the other thing, right?
That is simple.
Is that still nostalgia because we have a nostalgia to the characters, but we started in the Bronze Age? I mean, how does that work?
Status. Strictly a status.
Bronze. We didn't start in bronze. We would be. We're modern. We're modern.
Age.
Yeah, bronze would be before all that, which is
bronze is before the Silver Age, right?
But when does the modern age start for you? Is that when
19? Oh wait, no. Okay, so as per comics, if there's a comic historian, modern age comics for us in the current era started in 1978. The year I was born.
Ago?
Yep.
Really?
I thought it was. I thought that they said that the modern age started like when the whole crisis thing happened in '85 because they rebooted everything.
Because
I was going to say, I definitely feel like it started when they started to break the rules of the comic code.
And that was around that time. And they said that I'll double check it, but I remember clearly someone, a historian on YouTube, was saying like it's 78 to 75 was considered the beginning of the modern era for comics up to present day. And I was like, so Silver Age and Gold Age and Bronze Age. Oh my goodness. Like Gold Age was like, and of course we all know that those are going to shift because of years. So
well, Golden Age is pretty much 1938, isn't it? Pretty much Action Comics #1, isn't that kind of the standard?
Yeah, those are like that would say like that would. But here, let me just Gold Age. I'll get you
like pre-war.
All right, Gold Age comics is 1938 to 56.
Really? Okay, so they're setting Gold Ages back to the dawn of the comic book format that we know, past the dime store novel kind of stories to the World War II era style comics, detective, like old school detective comics. Or
all right, so technically I was wrong. Here's where I'm wrong. So Ken, you are correct. 68 before 68 and 68 to 73 is the Silver Age.
That's the Silver Age, right?
And then
73 to 86.
73 is 86 is bronze.
Yes, that's what I thought because Crisis.
That makes more sense. Yeah.
Crisis on Infinite Earths was the big reboot, and that happened like over 12 issues between 85 and 86. Or something to that effect, and then Dark Knight Returns came out, and kind of I know they say I think Neil Adams or somebody had kind of set Batman back to basics, but it was Dark Knight Returns that really like drove it home. Right.
And Copper Age is 90 up to 91, 81 to 91. That 10-year period is Copper Age.
Oh, so basically before Death of Superman.
Okay.
And if you really want to go back and consider the Platinum Age is 1897 to 1938.
That would be those dime store novels that I was just talking about. That was your comic heroes of the day. Well, not just funnies, even like, the old school Westerns. But yeah, like more your comic strip in the paper versus the comic book. So Lilith brings up here, and they're saying that toy collecting has changed over the last 20 years with the power of the internet. Gone is the day you hunt in stores to find items. Now you hunt online or pre-order. I just hate to see what next 20 years be like. And, Lilith, I kind of agree with you on that because, and we were just talking about this a little bit on Toy Frenzy Thursday, that, there's a certain rush and feel when you can go into the store. You walk into a store and you get excited seeing the toy on the shelf. Right. That is, I also feel part of that nostalgia factor because, again, depending on how, we were growing up, I think most of us here, right? Like it was a real special thing when you went to the store and you got the toy off the rack at the store, right? Like most of us would probably get most of our toys at a birthday or Christmas type event because, your family didn't necessarily have the income to just buy you toys whenever. Right. So it was like a real special feel to go to that store and buy that toy. And again, I know Bud and Zazel, you guys been kind of quiet. Zazel, you have talked many times about your memories of shopping for toys.
Look, I might be in the minority here, but I think adults need to get out of the toy aisle. I think adults have ruined the toy aisle for kids. We snap up all the good stuff and leave them with garbage. So it's no wonder the kids aren't collecting many toys these days. You can't even buy modern Masters of the Universe action figures was at the price already doubling or tripling depending on the character, because scalpers are going in there and picking them up based on nostalgia. There is no reason.
So you should say the resellers are ruining it for the kids.
Yeah,
not
adults.
Not just the resellers though, right? The adult collector. If an adult is going in there and taking the last toy off the pegs for their own personal collection, when they have access to the internet, then that ruins the experience for any kid that might want to have that toy. And if everything was available online, that's where I would get it. If it is online, I'm going there first. Yes, I did have the thrill of the hunt, the excitement of running down to the toy aisle and grabbing all those toys, but that was appropriate. That was age appropriate when I did that. Doing it now, being elbow to elbow with other adults in the toy aisle, just feels dirty.
Okay, but let me throw something at you here, because my wife and I are both teachers. So from a different perspective, I'm going to throw this at you. Statistically, kids don't care about toys anymore, because it's not we, and I'm going to say society has aged them up to be more adultish. And plus, things have moved. Technology is more readily available to them. I should know. My little daughter has toys, but she'll go on a laptop or a tablet, and she's 4. Yep. Yeah, she still plays with toys. So adults didn't ruin anything. I'm 100% behind with Sonny. Adult, like what was it? Resellers that are assholes and are wanting to sell to make a profit on nostalgia. Yes, those are the assholes I hate. But I'm a dad who will buy toys for my kids. I'll buy them for other people's kids, because I know what it's like to have that sensation of getting that toy and in my hands, having it and be like, oh, wow, that's awesome for the kid, not for me. That, to me, I want to see the happiness in my kids' in my kids' eyes.
Yeah.
I'll play devil's advocate a bit with Zazel here, though, right? And the reason I say that is because I just went toy shopping recently with Connor.
Mm-hmm.
And we were looking for a Spider-Man. Now, we were looking not for like some extreme variant. We were looking for a normal red, blue Spider-Man.
Just Spider-Man, yep.
And you could not find one. Now, part of that is also, well, is Hasbro releasing a normal Spider-Man at the time? Because a lot of what they've been releasing are variants or alternate Spider people, and not just your classic, right? Not just your classic red, blue Spider-Man. So we did manage to settle. It took us 7 stores.
Wow.
7 stores, because like I say, I live in a dense area where it's easy to go from one store to the next to the next. And we finally did find a Tom Holland red and blue Spider-Man. But he was getting upset because we could not find a classic styled Spider-Man in the toy aisle. Well, and that's not scalpers alone getting that.
No,
that's
where it gets difficult.
The adult collector, because for the same reason I can't find a Wolverine 97. That's not just scalpers. That's the one that all of us wanted to get because it was the nostalgia buy.
Well, then it's the question of supply and demand, and then the supply is not being fulfilled properly.
Exactly. So who do you blame? Do you blame the collectors that are trying to grab it up, like Sonny's saying, or do you blame the company for not producing enough product because they know they can control the masses and the price point?
For example, I'm actually buying only online. I mean, sometimes when I'm here at some stores, I look at the toys, but actually I rarely pick up something. Actually, I think one time or twice I picked up something in the 2 years I've been here. In Germany, I just looked at the stuff. Most of the time they didn't have the stuff I want anyway. But when I remember 20 years ago when I was collecting Motu 2000X, I went to the shops and checked what they got, but I never bought a figure triple or quadruple or something. Usually I bought the figure once, maybe some of them I bought twice, but usually I bought them only once. There was still plenty. So, but then you have people like somebody once told a story about having his kid, taken to the toy line, and they had the Star Wars Black Series, some clones hanging there, and another guy, an adult, came, just shoved the whole, pulled the whole peg of figures into his shopping cart. Said, "Oh, these are going on eBay now." I mean, this is
Well,
the
yeah, that's
mentality.
100% a reseller.
Yeah,
And,
that's the asshole. I've dealt
and
with
to
that.
do it so nonchalantly too.
Oh no, I had a guy
right,
try to
like
sell
it
me
was
shit at
just
Walmart
okay.
out of a cart. Like he had, I guess he was in the toy aisle, and I saw one of the figures I was looking for, and it was for my daughter, and I was like, for my teenage daughter, and I was like, oh, I was like, oh, cool. So I go put my hand in, homeboy just rolls up like right here, and I was like, yo, get up out of my face, like there's a cart. I'm just He's like, no, this is mine, and homeboy, I looked deeper into the cart, and he just had triples and doubles of everything he can get his hands on, and then he had the audacity to tell me, I'll sell you one. I said, dude, this is for a 14-year-old. I don't need you. I can go somewhere else. And he's like, no, because it's your daughter, here you go. And he handed me one. But he walked away with a cart full of shit. Now, that's an asshole. I agree. That's not a cool collector.
That does backfire on people a lot, though. Like, they'll try to sell it on eBay, not realizing that all of a sudden that thing went on clearance somewhere else in the country.
Ollies.
Yes.
Yeah,
so that does backfire quite a bit. Now, a big part of that too is that they don't make nearly as many, right? Like, I was told stories of like the old Joe cons, like Kirk Bazigian had brought in charts of how many they made of some of the Joes in the 80s, and it was something like between 900,000 and 1.4 million of each Joe when they were in their peak. And then Steve, you and I talked to several project managers who when we were sourcing for Delta 17, who had talked about the numbers that Hasbro was making in the 2010s era. And they were making anywhere from something like 40,000 to like 200,000 if it was a really popular Marvel movie or something. And again, those were very, very blanketed numbers with wide ranges. But you can tell the economy of scale, even if those numbers are still true, 40,000 to 200,000 today, and those numbers are 10 years outdated now. That's
again, because they're not also selling
1.4 million.
They're not also selling the masses of toys they weren't, because again, the consumption of media and the way kids play these days is not as big as it used to be, right?
So kids, so one of those things in Oz, I showed you the preview when I was making the Adventure Team video with Largo in them, right? Is that we tried to drive home the imaginative play. Kids do not have the drive to do the imaginative play thing anymore.
You have to do it. Like I do it with my daughter. I'll sit on the floor and play with the superheroes with her and her toys because I still want her, and she does it herself. She'll sit there. My wife and I will just be doing something, and you'll hear her have these imaginative conversations with these different characters, and it's such a cool thing to see because I was like that at her age. I was like that all the way up until I could remember, that I was still playing with toys. It's something that you don't want your kid to forget. Yeah, do I feel like there are people that are assholes that have ruined the hobby for kids? Yes. But pulling that aside, if you're the parent, and I think we can speak for the parents that can speak in here, you can say you control what the media your kid digests. You want your kid to play with more toys. True. Guess what? You put fucking toys in their hands. You don't put a fucking tablet. You don't put a phone. You don't put a computer.
Yeah, no,
we have.
But they're not encouraged because they have the tablet. They're not encouraged to use that.
And when they go see other kids, they're like, oh, well, that kid plays with that. Like, okay, whatever. My daughter doesn't play. Like, my friend wants my daughter, 4 years old, to be playing on the Switch Fortnite. I'm like, no, not yet. She's good. She's good.
All right.
There's one more thing though I want to mention, because we had this with adults in the toy aisles. What I also am not really fond of, I mean, if some people do that, fine, I heard of it. You have these charity stores for people like lower income families who then can buy whatever secondhand clothes for a pretty low price. Yeah, sometimes also toys make their way in there, and then there are collectors who specifically go to these stores to see what kind of bargain they can get. I think before I go into one of those stores, I mean, those are toys which could go into a kid's hand, actually, and a kid whose parents don't have the money to actually give it a tablet or a phone or something for playing, or a console. So at least it would have a toy at a discount price. But then you have collectors say, oh, I don't need inbox anywhere. I only need the figure. I don't care for the card or the box. They go there, buy the figure secondhand for a bargain.
All
That's
right.
also then not right, I would say.
So I wanted to give Bud some room to speak on this because Bud himself is in a unique situation as far as this goes, with getting his single-kidneyed ass to the store, as I've so eloquently said a couple times, that Bud not being able to make it to the store has single-handedly crippled the toy economy. And again, just to piggyback kind of off of what Zazel was saying about it, with adult toy buyers not having to go on there. So we all have access to our smartphones, our credit cards, bank debit cards. There are very few people in the world who only deal in cash anymore. And those people more or less have no choice but to go to a store. However, as somebody who cannot get to a store very often, Bud, do you agree that adult buying should be done online?
I think it should be done online. It's something I've been kind of saying the past couple weeks. My only local Walmart. Now, granted, I live in a small town center of Wisconsin, so like I have one Walmart that's 20 minutes east, and then I have another one that's like 35, 40 minutes west. So to travel between just those two, I'm looking at all freaking day, like to get to one, drive there, and then drive clear across, 60 plus miles just to get to the other one, and then get home. And the one local we have, like I mainly collect Masters of the Universe, and they get currently closed off the entire Motu section. It's they're like not selling anymore now. It's all Ninja Turtle stuff. So for me, I kind of have to go online, but a lot of online places don't carry the stuff like Walmart.com. Doesn't carry or show all the stuff they have in stores. Target, I'm seeing currently people posting online. Oh well, I found the Prince Adam Cringer 2-pack at Target. I go to Target.com, search for it. It's now fucking there. So I don't know. I wish it was all just online available. Just search, grab, go. But
yeah, sometimes you can't find what you're looking for online. Or if you're unlucky like me and you go looking for the Wolverine 97, he's already been snatched up and sold out for the online SKUs. And when I find them at Walmart.com or Amazon, it's not through them, it's through a third-party seller who now wants $70 to $80 for Wolverine X-Men 97 line.
And plus,
he can eat my ass with a fucking spoon.
Plus, going to a store, you're going to see a toy aisle that's literally half freaking empty.
Yep, right. The action figure
so
aisle
videos I see of
barren.
People going to Target and the Star Wars section is literally just Lando's, maybe a couple not Rogue One, Andor series. Then Marvel Legend is usually just the Falcon Cap figure and a couple maybe of the Spider-Man animated, but it's like Tombstone and someone's and then just the rest of the aisle's just empty.
What I have typically
been
finding,
it's not even worth going to the store.
Yeah, what I've been typically finding in the action figure aisle, at least at all of my local stores, and again, I can hit 7 or 8 stores fairly easy in about as much time as it'll take Bud to hit his 2 stores. I will walk down that toy aisle. The Star Wars section.
I don't drive.
Right. The Star Wars section is some Lando, Andor, like he was saying, and it's like newer characters that nobody really knows or haven't had much screen time. or it's a bunch of the retro styled figures that just don't seem to be as popular around here. And for Masters of the Universe, I could only find those at Targets because none of the Walmarts around me carry them anymore. And it was it would normally be the Jitsu Wave still to this day. Older Masterverse, not even like the latest Masterverse lines. And then you might find the occasional newer figure out, like Turtles of Grayskull seem to hit pretty quick, but then they've just sat now. Now I'll tell you which lines I'm not seeing empty. Jurassic Park, Transformers.
Always.
Mind you, it's a lot of the same Transformers. Like I'm still seeing a lot of shelves filled with the latest movie with the Beast Wars guys brought up now. Yeah, I'm still seeing a lot of that. Rise of the Beast stuff still sitting on the shelves.
Okay.
But what you're never seeing is the Rise of the Beast Prime. You can't find him anywhere. And online, he's going for like 120.
Yeah.
Buy the YOLO. Buy the
For
YOLO.
a figure that's like
It doesn't transform, but it'll hold.
Right. So I'm seeing
not,
a lot
it's
of.
not a transformer.
I know.
They're not selling like really at all. Up until recently, more recently, Power Rangers weren't moving. They were all just sitting. But again, it wasn't the Mighty Morphin ones. It was all of the other sub teams and like Dino stuff, Dino Charger, whatever that more recent.
That's because of Power Rangers. Everyone has a certain block that they watched, right?
Right.
And then like afterwards, like yeah, I copped out here. I copped out after this year. Like I think Oz, you and I made it all the way to Turbo and even after. But a lot of people stopped after the third season.
Yeah, well, not a lot of people went to Space or Lost Galaxy. And
Space is the best season. I will maintain.
Space.
I think I lasted till
on my gravestone. Space is the best season.
Dino Fury in 2004 is when I finally tapered off. It was the Operation Overdrive series that
one was.
I was just like, I can't do this.
You're talking about 04 when Tommy comes back, right? The Dino.
Yeah, once Disney took it over,
yeah,
it kind of went. But I mean, you know, and again, Star Wars,
good.
Star Wars does kind of come in waves. I will say that I will notice a whole bunch of new stuff hit, and then it'll dwindle down to just like a handful of figures, and then we'll normally be left with Lando.
Can I ask a slightly off-topic Star Wars question to the panel? Sure. Should I finish Acolyte? I'm like 2.5 episodes in.
You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have begun in the first place.
So Sonny says no. What does Azazel say?
Do what you want. That's what I say. I think it's a decent show, and anybody wants to crucify me. Crucify me, they can crucify me, but it's a good show.
So Bud's good.
I enjoyed it more than other Star Wars shows.
Okay.
Like Obi-Wan Kenobi, I was excited for that. Did not care for it. It was bad. Ahsoka had moments.
Now go on, Sonny.
I think it's one of the most horrible shows, and especially they have so many things that make absolutely no sense. Just, but I mean, it falls in line with most of what Disney has produced in recent years. I mean, they had a good run with the first and second season of The Mandalorian. That one fell off as well. Book of Boba Fett was a disaster in my opinion.
Season 3 wasn't that good.
Obi-Wan was bad, really bad.
So, Book of Boba Fett gets a lot of hate.
It does.
It's just bad. It's just truly bad.
But see, I love when it was telling like the flashbacks. That's when I liked. That's when I thought it was good. Any of the current day stuff that was going on, I just did not care.
Yeah, the whole series should have been just
except when Cad Bane showed up for like 20 minutes until he was killed in the dumbest way possible.
Anything with Timothy Olyphant in it cannot be 100% bad.
So he's not bad, but otherwise
for me, Book of
he
Boba
was the
Fett.
highlight of the current 10 stuff.
I mean, the only show in recent times from Star Wars which had somewhat a decent plot and script was Andor, actually. But the only problem I have with that one is that effort which went into Andor should have gone into the sequel trilogy.
So, okay, I liked Mandalorian. Liked all the seasons so far. I've loved Andor. That was really cool too. I liked seeing that. And I did really enjoy Book of Boba Fett. Book of Boba Fett called back to the original films in storytelling. The original stories of the Star Wars series were all based off of Kurosawa and spaghetti Western movies.
That's yes.
Sure.
Book of Boba Fett was a revenge/spaghetti Western straight down to the Magnificent Seven.
Just with bad acting, with some really bad costumes, with some. I mean, for example, let's take this swoop bike chase with the Jetsons, or however you want to call that biker gang. It was going like they were going like 30 kilometers per hour. It was like, so what the hell is this? I mean, this is
so it wasn't like an epic dynamic.
And then his first
speeder
fight
bike
against
chase.
those guys with those sticks, with those batons or whatever. How that's Boba Fett. He's not supposed to be a decrepit old fart. He's supposed to be Boba Fett. You know, he had a jackpack and everything, and he gets beaten up by those idiots. I mean, and Sheddick Fent was the only one being brilliant in this scene. They wasted a lot of potential. They wasted a lot of the action scenes were just bad.
Yeah, if I can add to that, I mean, like they spent the 80s building Boba Fett into be this mysterious character, and then in the modern series they treat him like he's MacGyver, where he wanders into a random town, he finds an issue. It was like the Littlest Hobo and MacGyver together, or the A-Team. It was the 80s kind of style. Like, okay, I'm in a new town. There's a thug. Well, let's confront the thug, or uproot the snake, or cut down the shrub, or whatever it is, right? Whatever the issue was. So every show was like, here is our issue. This shrub is growing too fast. Well, I will cut your shrub. You know,
and even Tamura Morrison said or asked if he could have less lines because his character was talking too much. Boba Fett is not usually a guy of many words.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he realized that.
Yeah.
So
You know what?
He was talking too much.
You know what, though, Steve? In 30 years, someone's going to ruin Shadow Dragon, and we're going to be having this exact same conversation.
When I'm dead, yeah.
So
again, I will say when they first showed Boba Fett in Mandalorian, when he first made his debut, that was badass. That fight with all the stormtroopers, and that was like Boba Fett, like how he was.
False hope.
But then when it transferred over to the Boba Fett series, then kind of was turned down going into.
His escape from the Sarlacc pit was exactly what we wanted to see as kids. I'll give them that. I do like that they had some Western elements, like the train chase. Like the necessity for a train on ground level doesn't make much sense. We could just go off into orbit or go into wherever and just like make a long trip a short trip with the technology that they have. But I'm not gonna pick it apart for that. Anything with the Mandalorian in it made it better for me, made it more palpable to watch it, palatable rather to watch it. And I guess with the Obi-Wan show, I liked seeing, and this is again for I guess nostalgia, is seeing prequel era actors interacting with each other again. And as far as the latest show that came out, I watched every episode as it dropped. So I mean, people say that if you hate it and you're watching it, you're still a fan, right? So I guess I still watched it, and if I have to say anything great in it, I would say the use of yellow lightsabers. That was pretty cool.
Right, because that High Republic age, there was a much different time from what we're used to with the more modern Skywalker
The
saga.
yellow lightsabers were like a Legends canon type thing, weren't they? Like that was a expanded universe thing.
Well, original Luke had a yellow lightsaber, so I guess it's also a callback to that.
Oh, the toy, I guess. Yeah,
The toy did have it, but
the toy had it, but I mean,
I'm
actual
referring to
lore.
like the video game Knights of the Old Republic.
You
The
have
Jedi
yellow
Console
lightsabers
had the
Console.
or the Jedi Sentinel, I think, was the one.
You already had yellow lightsabers.
Sentinel, I thought was green.
Was it green?
In the
Okay, so I may be getting it
No,
wrong.
no, you're right. Green was the consulars, Guardians were blue, Sentinels were yellow.
That's what you get for testing me on history, Oz.
You had,
There we go.
And you said you only got a couple
lightsabers
episodes left.
in the first Jedi Knight game, the Dark Jedi set yellow lightsabers too. Some of them.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
That was from the 90s. But
so
now with the Obi-Wan show, I mean, I was also looking forward to seeing some some familiar faces from the prequel, but first of all, by bringing Darth Vader and make him dual Obi-Wan, that could make the scene in A New Hope somewhat redundant. Then why? Okay, Disney needs the princess again. Why not actually focusing on telling the story of Obi-Wan, securing or protecting Luke Skywalker? Why do they have to bring Leia Organa, which is in the hands of the Organas, which are basically neutral or whatever? They could have made so many interesting stories. Like, for example, if some bounty hunters are getting notice of the thing, or the Hutts even, that there is someone on their planet which is of high value, especially to the Imperium. They could have put so many different things into, but no, they had to make this whatever made up thing of him even leaving the planet. Yeah, Obi-Wan leaving the planet, leaving Luke behind. So this is another I don't know, it's just all for the sake of they turning this whole thing into like too much girls stuff, in my opinion.
Well, more than that, and you may have a point, but I think more than that, I'm getting sick of seeing all my childhood heroes be turned into far less than that, and that's just putting it nicely. I want to use more harsh words than that, but
him using a blaster, although he himself always states how uncivilized, and he had the lightsaber too. Often the choreography is bad. Look, Ahsoka. I mean, the way that the lightsaber battles looked so ludicrous. I mean, you're now being used like to stuff like the prequel of lightsaber scenes, prequel trilogy. Then you see this just looks like from a retirement home, from a nursing home. You would put people into.
Well, I knew Hope was a bit like that too, though, to be fair.
Yes, well, and there's a big reason for the change in style for Darth Vader, at least, that they've always used, even in the old expanded universe stuff. The way we saw Anakin battle within using his lightsaber and the proper forms and techniques during the prequels versus the dueling that we had with Darth Vader came much down to his suit.
Yeah.
His suit highly impaired him. It was purposefully meant to impair him by the Emperor when he put him in the suit. And it was awkward. He had to use a lot of his force ability just to be able to move around in the suit, because the Emperor wanted him to be pissed off and enraged all the time. And that is why he was not able to duel like Anakin did in the prequels, mostly down to his cybernetic limbs.
Yeah, it
and
doesn't matter how good robotic legs you have.
Usually the robotic limbs if at all, they're supposed to even enhance your power, your strength.
Mm,
Usually,
but
like servos.
again, the Emperor specifically made it to impair him on purpose. And that goes all the way back to the original extended universe lore before Disney ever put their hands on it by George Lucas himself.
But then why was Obi-Wan such a wreckage? I mean, he actually was worse, if you will. And why the blaster pistol? I mean, this is they
So again, for Obi-Wan, a lot of it being the fact that first he had stopped using a lightsaber for combat, whereas in prequel days he had it on him, trained with it every single day. And yes, although sometimes riding stuff like that is dedicated to muscle memory and back, but I got to tell you, fighting techniques do lose their edge when you are not practicing them every day. And anybody with combat experience will let you
And
know that.
also
yeah, but why would he? That's the other
PTSD
thing. Why would he give up on
from
himself?
episode 3.
Why would he give up on
He was
himself?
too afraid
Yeah, like he
to
did
use it.
in the show.
Same reason Yoda did and went into hiding, because they weren't okay. So they had built up Anakin to be this chosen one that was going to bring balance to the Force, and in which way he did, but they lost faith in themselves because they could not see the Sith plot right in front of them under their nose.
No, he didn't. He couldn't, because remember Star Wars Rebels when he actually fought against Darth Maul. See, there he was still high up, and he was fighting with the lightsaber, and that was a Disney show. So he
that was
actually was
after
still
though.
focused
That was
on his
after the
mission.
Obi-Wan show.
Yeah,
But look at so with that lightsaber battle against Maul, how many moves did it take?
2, 1.
And did he do any fancy flourishes? He took one slash by baiting Darth Maul into that move, which he watched him do against Qui-Gon. It was more of a mental battle,
right? He took
Yeah.
Qui-Gon's stance, and Darth Maul was old. He was famished. He wasn't geared for desert conditions like Obi-Wan had learned to become. So that's why it wasn't much of a battle.
But yeah,
he literally
but
baited him by using Qui-Gon's stance.
But the point being is in that show at that time, which was not far off from the Obi-Wan show, he had not given up on himself. He was still basically pretty well.
But it was after the Obi-Wan series.
It was after Obi-Wan,
Yeah.
but before A New Hope.
Yeah,
It
Rebels,
was not
that's
before the
Rebels.
Obi-Wan show. That battle happened after Obi-Wan.
Exactly.
Where
Yeah, it was
he
like
already had
literally a
his
year,
purpose in
maybe a
protecting
year
Luke.
before A New Hope.
Yeah, somewhere between 1 and 3 years before New Hope.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, that fight took place.
Yep.
I'll agree with you, Sonny, though, is that if he was there specifically to be a protector of Luke, then he definitely should have been keeping up with his training to make sure that he could be in the best physical condition to do that if the Empire came looking for Luke Skywalker.
With the Acolyte, I see a lot of problems. Like, for example, I mean, the burning ship in space. I mean, they're exploding very fancy, but then you have a burning ship which has to be, extinguished from the outside.
Then Star Wars has always kind of had fire in space, though.
Star Wars Episode 1, when the ship, or when Padme's ship was attacked and the R2 units had to go out and fix it. I'm pretty sure that was on fire too.
But not use a fire extinguisher. They fixed it.
No, but it was still, we've seen fire in space a lot of times, even though space is in a vacuum throughout sci-fi.
Then you have
Death Star blowing up.
Then you have Carrie Ann Moss getting defeated with a dagger while wielding a lightsaber herself. Then that's a good one to watch. Yes.
Yeah, the whole show is a mess. It's just inconsistent character arc.
Then you have Jedi's looking for some, for other vessels of the Force, and they have to use a detector and can't find anything, although usually they are sensing each other through the Force. Like there's so many plot and plot mistakes or logical, even I don't know if you can call it logical mistakes, but things that make absolutely no sense in the old show.
It's almost
Contradicts
impossible.
itself.
Yeah, it's impossible to continue like continuity. How do you maintain continuity when you're just constantly adding layers and layers, right? You want to do something
Who's
new.
championing the continuity, right? There's
Then you
someone
have
there.
Kiadi Mundi, which shows up before he even was born.
Okay, that I'm going to debunk right away. His age was only said in a Phantom Menace CD-ROM interactive little game that came out, and George Lucas himself said the only canon is the films,
As far as
like
I
the
know,
only like quote true canon.
as far as I know, during the Clone Wars, he was in his 80s, but the Clone Wars is like 100 years of the Acolyte show. So technically, he should not have been born.
But do we know that race
No, wait.
only lasts
He
for?
was in his 80s during Order 66. So basically, at the end of the Clone Wars, that's when he was about 80s during Order 66.
Yeah,
So
but they've always done retcons like that, though. Like I'm not gonna hold Disney accountable for things that were put into an extended universe before they got it, and expect, because they've adapted so many different things over their time, and then so many things were retconned even before that, right? So even just going back to the prequel Clone Wars, all right, you had the Tartakovsky shorts, the Dark Horse comics gave you the Clone Wars, leading right up to the back door of Revenge of the Sith. And George himself, before Disney took over, wiped it all out and said, nope, Clone Wars TV series with Dave Filoni, this is the canon. So don't hold anything that happened prior to Disney to that. And you can't necessarily say that Disney is the only one that messed it up, because George wiped out the extended universe before Disney bought it. Everybody blames Disney for that, but no, George did it before Disney.
Yeah, but still, you can't.
You're holding on to you're clinging to a fandom that will evolve and will change. I haven't seen the Acolyte show, so I'm not going to speak to the Acolyte show. But don't hold into dates so sacredly of things like that, because also originally Luke as a farm boy was supposed to be 16. Him and Leia were supposed to be 16. Then they jumped to 19 suddenly. Originally they were 16 years old, and then suddenly they became 19, so they added in several more years, and Han was supposed to be much older than them.
Right.
And then they kind of closed that gap a little bit.
So is this where I say, "Oh, sorry, I asked. Should I watch Acolyte?" That spawned the last 40 minutes of talk.
I was just curious, Ken, how many episodes you said?
I say watch it.
About two and a half. What happened was, I started watching it. Then House of the Dragon came back, and then but then there's time between episodes, and then all of a sudden Cobra Kai came back. So now the Acolyte got pushed further down the back burner, right?
House of the Dragon clearly is the better show.
Oh yeah.
Clearly is the better show.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm not going to hold you to if you don't like a show for your own reasons, you're not wrong. You don't like the show. That's fine. It's definitely fine, because everybody's definitely going to have their own opinion on it. And I'm not knocking your opinion, but I will just say, don't hold things to be so sacred, because if you don't allow property.
No. It's not about holding things sacred. I mean, there's a reason why the Disney stock is plummeting and plummeting and plummeting. And it's not all because everyone, as they suggest, is whatever a racist or a sexist or whatever. It's just they have very bad writing, and nowadays even they cast the directors. Usually, directors are hired, not cast, and you should give them some freedom so they can.
That I will agree with.
Instead of ticking boxes, instead of ticking some boxes, that's the problem.
Yep.
The box ticking, that's the big problem nowadays in these shows. You know,
I would with DEI, aren't you?
Yeah,
I will go with that.
MEI should be how is it say? Merit, excellence, and intelligence, and not diversity, equity, and inclusion. Should be merit, excellence, and intelligence, which should make the show, or anything else. You know, and you know, when I look at this, we have to. You now have not really diversity. Now you have even also tropes. You know, every show has to have, the best would be the black lesbian woman, and then you already can tick 3 boxes. You know, this is just stupid. You know, if just take what's fitting. Or when you look at the 80s or 90s, I think we all love Sigourney Weaver as Ellen Ripley in Aliens, because her character made sense.
Yes,
the plot was absolutely fitting, and Ridley Scott made it great. James Cameron took over and made a great job. Or Linda Hamilton as Sarah Connor. I think, the transition from how she was in the first Terminator and the second Terminator was all believable.
Yep.
And now it's we need to have a chick in the movie just for the sake of having a chick in the movie, or whatever, why is it nowadays, when I look at the stuff like Batwoman and stuff, why is actually the sexuality or sexual orientation important for a figure?
Sometimes it works. Remember when they recast Starbuck in Battlestar Galactica 2003 as a woman, and it worked?
Yeah,
with Katie Sackhoff.
Sometimes
it works.
Yeah,
but maybe that's your point. Maybe I just made your point.
But that depends on how they do it. If the plot is good, you know, and everything, the writing is good, that's fine. But nowadays it's just, we have this, that, but they don't put any effort into the actual writing, the actual plot.
Well, we've also got to remember too, like there's a lot of stuff that came around during the writers' strike, but they've still got to produce content because they're on a production schedule.
It's not all the writers.
Now, I will say they should take the reins off and allow a little bit more creative freedom. And I will always say that because I feel that artists need to be able to express that. But even in the modern age of Star Wars, the Han Solo movie should have been gangbusters, like should have been great. And whoever the Tweedledee and Tweedledum that they originally had directing that did such a foul job that they went ahead and hired Ron Howard, who is an amazing directive talent, to polish a turd, and it still got shit on. Even after him polishing what they could. Otherwise, they would have had to start from ground zero and remake the whole movie.
It's the same. I mean, you can see the signs everywhere. When you look at shows, moves, like Game of Thrones was a pretty good show. And then season 8 basically ruined everything, you know? Then you have like Disney. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. I just instinctively jumped in. Season 8 works up until the Night King battle, in my mind.
Yeah,
it works up until the Arya Stark moment and all that. But yes, it does tank pretty. Everyone always gives season 8 really a rough time, but I think the first half of season 8 still works.
And then you can see it even in video games. Like there's this huge thing about going on with Sweet Baby Inc., which is only like a consultant company, which is they're trying to infuse this DEI into video games. Now those games are getting boycotted because also why? Just an example. You have Spider-Man 2. They put in some elements, you know, with pride and LGBTQ and stuff. And then when it goes overseas to overseas markets, those elements are getting stripped off the game. So, you know, how much is this? How much are these values worth if you don't take our place? Or Disney, when you look at the movie posters of, for example, Star Wars, the Force Awakens, you had Finn on the poster. Then on the Chinese market, Finn was like totally like minuscule on the poster. Was he actually on the poster? But yeah, or you have Black Panther. For the European or Western market, mask off. For Chinese market, mask on. And you have tons of these things going on. This is foul split morality or like double standard, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if I can,
We can't sell this on the other market anymore. You well just know, you know, if you can't transcend it to other places.
Sonny, let's give Steve the floor to talk here for a second.
Sorry. If I can speak plainly here, we have what's going on called social Marxism. So in the West, we cannot be defeated because we are too strong. We have, if you look outside of the military of the United States, the redneck population has more guns, more trucks, more gear, and more pickled radishes than the rest of the world does in the standing armies. So the only thing that we respond to as Western people is guilt. They have attacked us. The only way that they can attack us is to try to divide us. So divide and conquer. So the only thing that works is guilt. So they have tried to tribalize us. They have taken, like, let's just say the LGBTQ portion. I'm not going to throw any shade on them at all. But what they've tried to do is subdivide them so specifically into, you know, it's no longer LGB, what have you. It's now 2IA plus. They're trying to subdivide all of us. That's just an example. They're trying to subdivide all of us and have us war against each other about microcosms and microaggressions and just insanity.
Divide et impera. Divide et impera. Divide and conquer. That's what it is.
Okay. Is that Latin or Deutsch?
That's Latin, divide et impera.
Okay. I don't know too much Latin. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Ich lerne in Schule, aber meine Deutsch ist nicht sehr gut.
But in English, you say divide and conquer. The Germans say divide and rule. But yeah, divide and conquer. That's the principle. That's exactly that, what you meant. And there's another problem. I call it the rise of the robots. And the robots are actually a bigger problem than nowadays the Karens. You know, everyone knows what a Karen is. But if to know what a robot is, you have to read Morton Rue's The Wave. Robot is someone who joins some kind of movement, but it's not enough to be inside that movement. He wants to come up in the hierarchy, and in order to do that, they have to come up with more and more extreme measures and ideas. For example, in Germany, we had these last generation guys who glued themselves onto roads to block traffic.
Right.
Or they throw tomato soup or potato soup onto paintings inside museums. You know, just absolutely destructive behavior, not making actually any point regarding the actual idea of environment protection or something. Just to be, you know, just to look important, if you will. That's the thing.
It's nothing more than brainwashed lunacy.
Yeah. Or when I compare, like I witnessed Christopher Street Day in Germany, in Frankfurt, in the 90s. I think it was like, I don't know, 94, 95 or something. And there was actually like a huge party. Like everyone was welcome. Doesn't matter who it was or, you know, what orientation. Like it was really like this live and let live thing, behavior. And the last time I witnessed it was in 2018. And I didn't get closer because it really like had a somewhat aggressive, almost militant atmosphere. Like it felt really, really intimidating in some ways. You know, if you're just a bystander, in my opinion. This is exactly what Morton Roos describes in his book. When movements get out of hand, especially because of these people who drive to new extremes. That's actually how the National Socialists also became that.
Well, guys, let's rein it back on political views and talk, because I definitely, I'm sorry, we're talking about how it divides people, and it does. And I make it a point not to have political discussions.
Sorry.
Because we are here to have fun talking about the toys. And we have gone on a major tangent.
Yeah.
And definitely getting a little bit too political.
Like, I think some streams have actually gotten taken down for going a little too deep down the rabbit hole.
Yeah. We're not, we're going to rein it back from the politics. Just because this is a place for toys and enjoyment. And I don't want to get anybody too flared up over anybody's political views, because everybody has the right to their own views and their own opinions. And I'm not saying I'm trying to silence that, but you know, we want to keep it cool and fun for everybody. And I don't want anybody getting, you know, we certainly don't want things pulled because of
I'm not smart enough to talk about politics. I'll stick to my lane, toys and movies. That's all I know.
That's right. That's right. Because that's what we're here for. That's what the clubhouse is for. That's what Zazel's clubhouse is for. You know, we're here to talk toys and we're here to talk fun. That's what clubhouses are about. But again, I'm not sitting there trying to silence anybody's views because that is your view and you're welcome to it.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. And it doesn't make me love anybody here less either.
I mean, it is a sad topic anyway. it's actually pretty sad.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the good news is that we will be united soon. Whether or not we're divided right now, with left or right, a lot of this stuff is distractions. A lot of it is divide and conquer again. Like the Wizard of Oz, there was a man behind the curtain. We will see. You know, the word apocalypse is I believe it's Greek for lifting of the veil. We are entering the apocalypse, and the veil will be lifted. We will be united, left and right. We don't have to worry about that stuff. So there is a good age that we are entering into.
There we go.
All right. Well, I'd say it's a pretty good note to leave it off at tonight because we are just shy of the 7-hour mark, and I'm not looking to break any records tonight. Even though our record is 9 hours, we still got plenty of time to go. Next week's for breaking records with the 24-hour stream.
Wow.
Everybody, great talks tonight, great conversations. I want to thank everybody in the chat for hanging with us throughout the night. And I want to thank all of our panelists throughout the night who have been here. Guys, you are all fantastic. We will see you all next week starting 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to start streaming, and we are going to be going through till 6 a.m. Sunday morning.
Holy cow.
Because it's going to be awesome.
Wow.
Folks, we will see you all then. Take care and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thanks, guys.